Well, good hello and welcome to one of the many Cascade arcs, which is called Last of the Summer Elves. This is part 3, I believe, of that arc. It is the 26th of October, 2024. I am Victor, the GM, and here are the players.
I'm Sean, and I'm playing, as always, Falkwin, the mystical speaker who keeps a magic ally.
Hi, I'm Kalli. I'm playing Ignysera, who is a dragonfolk warrior who bears a halo of fire.
Good evening, my name is Alexander. I'm tonight playing Lockheart Dourf. He's an empathic speaker who exactly the sort of person you want interpreting the call.
Hello, I'm Hannah, and I'm playing Myr'ra Pentergast, a Helborn Adept who sheds her skin.
Hi, I'm Chris. I'm playing Nori Nediam, a Half-Elven explorer who
I
likes
think
to
this was your
infiltrate.
first time, Chris.
I
Right.
know! Again! Always!
We've only been doing this for how long has it been? Like a year?
Well, it was only a one-shot.
It is only a one shot. What are you talking about? We'll edit all this down to a one shot once it's finished. It's
18 hours worth.
One of those 1 second. No, those people that do the 1 second of every day of a year type. It'll be like one of those roleplay videos, which sounds kind of awesome. I'm not gonna lie. Anyway, what do you remember from last time? Because we didn't have the lovely Hannah with.
We bought bird hunting supplies.
Ah!
Not to hunt Hannah, of
Don't
course.
be worried, Hannah.
Ah!
But just in case we need to.
I take it we're going after the Aura Raptor bird.
The Ava Raptor, yeah.
Ava Raptor.
Yeah, we had a bit of discussion about where we were going to go first because we went to the library and we found out that the feathers lose potency over time. So we can't do the whole go there first and then the other place and then to the island and then back again. But we also did a bit more research and kind of realised that the island's is a long trip. And also we wanted you here for that, so we could do that. And the same for Sin as well. So we're going to get the Lunar Bloom would also be a tricky thing. So we went back to deciding to go for the feathers first. And then we did some shopping and we went towards the mountain. We got some stuff from my uncle, not really uncle, Helborn. So we used a favour to get stuff for the journey. And then we went on. We stopped at the monastery on the trail.
You'll be impressed with us, Hannah.
Mm-hmm.
We managed to get out of the city in less than 2 hours.
Oh my goodness, that's very impressive. Any horses hurt on the way?
No, but we've brought an extra.
We have an extra
Yay.
donkey pack mule for snacks.
Perfect.
That's the bingo card for anyone listening. Yep.
What else did we do?
We researched the 3 different things that we need.
Mm-hmm.
We went to the library. We met the librarian, the head librarian of the Arcanatrix. Falkwin is not her biggest fan, or maybe she's not his biggest fan. It's unclear.
Do you remember her name?
I wrote down her name. Helagith.
Helagith, yeah. Helagith.
Yeah.
Helagith Silverthorn.
Helagith, the utter bitch.
Yes.
That's why the name of the episode last week was called
2 words.
2 words.
Yeah. So, Hannah, when I usually say, give me a couple of words to describe this person's personality, and Sean took not even half a second to just come out with utter bitch. So that was how, I think it was Chris that just looked so crestfallen, and be like, oh no, that's that then.
Oh,
We're getting nowhere in here again.
I was going to say, as an archivist, he's probably my boss.
Yeah.
I think it wasn't the head librarian, it was just a librarian.
Okay.
yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll cross out the word head.
Yeah, that was me misremembering.
And she is a missing cat.
Oh no! Did it get eaten? Possibly.
We almost
God.
went on a side quest
Yeah.
of a side quest to get the cat.
Myr'ra was missing for a moment.
Come on.
Lockhart made quite a risky play when we were first interacting with the librarian.
Oh, I'm sure Hannah doesn't need to worry about anything Lockhart was doing.
I think that's where the crestfallen look for me came in. It wasn't
Maybe.
there,
I mean, what is a little mind reading among friends?
Ah,
She didn't notice. It was fine.
perfectly reasonable.
Yes, so the king's best friend dinosaur that we need, lizard.
Oh yes.
Lizard.
Victor was very careful to say lizard up until this point, but we discover that it looks a lot like something called a Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Amazing.
Also, you only need 3 eggs worth of eggshells from it. So, you don't
Yeah,
need, you don't
only
need
Technically
three-
fine.
Eggs
It's
were.
only like, it's
But
only
what
like
if the
half
eggs
a-
are like this?
Yeah, I thought that's probably quite big.
It's like
Tiny little legs.
Oh,
Okay.
and they don't like the shores or the center of the island. So like
Okay.
kind of
Good
mid-ring
info. Yeah.
of the island. And we have no new info on the lunar bloom.
However, we did send out 2 messages.
Hmm.
One to KT and one to, I cannot remember, my head just gone blank, Sir Ethane.
Yes.
We got a message back to Lockhart, and I'm still waiting.
Yeah, so
Oh.
Katie didn't have anything pertinent for the moment.
Why don't you tell Hannah what you asked Katie maybe first, and then that.
Well, we were just asking about the lunar blooms. And Katie responded that we should have some lunch soon. Unfortunately, Lockhart broke his ring, or used up the charge on the ring. Only time he used it. Got that 1 in 10. So as soon as he can get it fixed, then he will respond to Katie.
Okay.
And yes, Sir Ethane was asked something. Not exactly the same, right? But it was similar enough, right? Wasn't it, Chris? Like your message to Sir Ethane. And there was no response.
But we've been there with him before.
Yeah.
I do like how Lockhart could have asked anybody else with a ring to reply for him, though, to Katie. Just was like, it's fine.
It's a private conversation.
Amongst friends.
A lunch date's a lunch date.
Yeah, exactly.
You guys weren't invited.
Anything else happened? So yep, they climbed the kind of trade route up to the short mountains, heading towards Dagda Cathair, Dwarven's like star forge say, and they stopped halfway up to the monastery of the Two Circles.
Yay!
Going to see if Jet was home. Fortunately, no, he was not. He was off doing what? Swear.
Building a phone.
Yeah, building the phone network for the Saurians, and then they met Brother Kogayo as well, who seems to be the head of the monastery. And yeah, they swept up for food. Yep, helped clean the monastery and then got fed and boarded for the night. So,
Nice.
yeah. What happened next, gang?
We went
I
to
rolled
the
terribly.
Dwarven capital.
Yep, Dwarven capital. Yep.
We considered the options of I think we considered taking the refugee routes up to the mountains versus the official trade routes. I think we decided to not do the scary refugee route option, if memory serves.
And also, just it takes longer and is more dangerous. And there's nothing you needed to have secrecy for yet, really, right? So, yeah, because you need to go for the refugee route to go to Voros. So instead of going up the mountain from Cascade City, you have to go down and round the mountain, get to Voros through Denk, and then you have to then go from Voros into the mountains and up. And it's not an easy climb. And it's also... Riven shared that with you guys because she trusted you guys. And obviously the original arrangement with Voros and Dagda was specifically between Countess Talanis and Queen Myr'ra, with Riven and Hedera at the kind of forefront of that. Because I think Riven said this, but like Hedera came over that route long ago. And that's how she met her. So, yeah. So, very, very secretive. They don't exactly want the Calderan authorities to really know much about the refugee route or the Exodus path through the short mountains. Probably wouldn't look great for the, relations between the short mountains and Caldera. So, yeah, let's try and keep that as nice and standstill as possible. Particular arrangement. But yes, you've made it to the Dwarven capital.
We did,
Yeah.
and we the trade quarter to ask around and identify strategic locations which are not nests. We don't want to go to the nests where they'll be big and angry and potentially multiple ones of them. So we want to pick off ones by themselves. We went to the royal quarter and talked to attendant something stone. I have a
so it's Dorkan Inkstone.
Thank you.
His name, Dorkan Inkstone.
And we have a formal escort. Is the last note I have on my sheet. Formal escort. Nothing.
One of those escorts where we don't really have a choice.
Yes, they want us to be looked at.
And we did get some quite useful tip, or piece of the puzzle, shall we say, that 900 years ago, birds left Caldera.
Ooh. Interesting.
Yes, definitely relevant information. Definitely. Other things you've learned that the Avaraptor feathers are very tough as well.
Yes.
To the point where arrows don't have much luck against them, but ballista bolts work okay.
You got to use ballistas.
Arrows,
have no ballista.
Arrows can get lucky, but it is luck rather than skill, if that makes sense with that one. The feathers seem kind of almost supernaturally strong. But then obviously when disconnected from the seems to like dissipate potency. But they effectively had like fairly tough 2-armed feathering, which makes them quite formidable big birds. Yeah.
Oh yeah, we did get some armor piercing arrows, didn't we? Yes, we got 15 armor piercing arrows.
Yep.
And cool. I can't remember who has them, but someone has them.
Nori.
I do.
Nori.
Yep. Yeah. Nori has the bow, to my knowledge.
The bow.
The bow.
The bow.
The only one in the world. But yes, you also picked up 15 armor piercing arrows, 2 first aid kits. They have 5 uses each. Warm clothing for everybody. Climbing gear that gives you asset on climbing checks. Rations for the group, and a weighted net.
Yeah.
And that's all, I believe. Maybe including the arrows. I'm not sure if Nori's carrying the arrows or not, but I think most of it was dumped in Eliben's garage.
Yes.
Useful to have.
Yeah, trying to think if there's anything else. mostly just those messages that were get sent, Brother Gaio, etc. Jet, elsewhere in the world. There was a vendor that was like, don't go hunting. Like, you don't look like you'd do that well.
It might have just been Lockhart.
I think it was just specifically to Lockhart who was trying to draw up some information from people being like, well, it's probably over here. It's like, well, don't tell him to go there. He's not buying anything. It's like, yeah, but and you're allowed to hunt these birds, but you need royal permission ultimately, which is just formality.
Okay.
Very formal. It's always granted generally for hunting permissions, but it's just one of those old laws that hasn't been taken away yet, so it's still, enforceable. So yeah. And obviously, you were with us the whole time. Yep. The question did come up when the next full moon is due. I just said, that's Hannah's job to track that. I'm not tracking that. Yeah.
Not yet, but I think it's probably quite close.
Yeah.
That was our thoughts of the extra pony.
So, yeah. Right, so, you're in Ignysera, the Starforged Dwarven capital, on top of the mountains of the Short Mountain Range. You are a very, very big bustling city. You've got your permission slip, as it were, from the royal quarter, for your hunting license, and then you were met with my attendant Dorkin Inkstone, who had came to collect you with several guards, really well armored guards. They seemed to know who you were. I seemed to come straight for you guys, and I think I said held up pictures of everybody as well, documentation. Asked that everybody was present, accounted for, and then you were escorted away to the credits. So we fade up, I guess, on you guys been taken on essentially into the big central building that is in the royal quarter. Which clearly looks like the biggest, fanciest building. Also, for Hannah's benefit, the dwarven architecture style is a mix of cubism and brutalism.
Ooh, okay.
And they have very tall cubic towers,
cool.
very, very tall. They all have glinting light coming off the top of them. So yes, very interesting landscape they have here. All the walls as well, on the sides of some of the buildings, that again, everything's almost cubist, but all the walls are detailed with varying cube-like patterns, overlapped and embossed and engraved in varying ways. So the place is very decorative, very artistic, but everything seems to follow that cubism. But again, from a distance, it has that more brutalist aspect to it. But that's maybe just a thing the dwarves like, where it's well, this is for our appreciation. Come to the city to appreciate it. So yeah, and that's the... It's not specific to Starforge elves, because the Hearthcore elves, dwarves I should say, Starforge dwarves, they definitely build because they're in open air.
This is another elves that I've forgotten
just
about.
More elves that I've got, yep, just to add more to the elven branches. But yeah, so the Hearthcore dwarves generally carve out of existing rock, but they do it's probably similar cubism style designs they've got as well. But I don't know how much of you guys have experienced either dwarven culture. I think most people said they were quite new to the dwarves, from what I gather. Sadly, the expert you probably would have been Riven, because Riven has an existing relationship with the dwarves and with Queen Margot. But yes, you're being escorted through what looks like effectively the palace, right? The kind of royal structure itself. Place is very, very big and grandiose in design. Lots of kind of almost jade tinted stone everywhere as well. As the light catches it, it does seem to have different hues of different blues and things through it as well, which is very nice. Clearly done to look very, very nice and kind of very regal looking. The lighting in here as well is a very kind of pure white light that seems to be getting brought in through kind of big reflective lenses all over the place. If MD had been paying attention, it's a good chance that the towers that have the glinting light at the top seem to be some kind of capturing device, and it seems to be funneling the light down in to the city itself. So the place is very, very well lit as well. And surprisingly hot inside. Like the open air is quite cold mountain air. But the city, like within the buildings and stuff, quite humid in a way that's maybe a bit stuffy for people that are used to colder temperatures, but yeah, when it comes to the dwarves, they seem to quite like their humid. And yes, you're escorted through this. And this takes like, a good 10-15 minutes of navigating the corridors. The place is very, very busy as well, lots of primarily other dwarves. As I mentioned to the others last session, the site itself did have a mixed bag of people there because it is like, capital. So there was most of the denizens of Kale, there coming and going. It's hard to say how many would be Helborn, given that a lot of Helborn can just pass for human anyway. So generally, people don't say, "Are you human or Helborn?" It's not generally a conversation people have, unless they get to know you a bit better. So yeah, eventually these are brought through like big, very, very big doors. It's like a big waiting room, effectively. These are left there, and attendant Dorkan has been muttering vague things about like when this part was built or when this was carved out, or what their purposes of like those towers are, etc., to bring light down. He's the one kind of just been padding out the details as if he's giving a tour. Nothing of note that you couldn't probably have guessed if you'd spent 10 minutes looking at something, but you can tell his job is to handle you guys, not to really.
As a tour guide, it's really attacked you.
I thought you were just going to say as an attendant as well. Like sort of Lockhart and on Alexander's level. This is when he just wipes out Dagda Cathair. Like, it has to go. But yes, he's left there. Attendant Inkstone heads up to like the kind of guards that are blocking the door at the other side, and they seem to be having like a fairly like as professional as a heated discussion can look when you've got guests. A bit of an exchange, and occasional glances back to the group that you are. But yeah, effectively, that takes about 5-minute conversation back and forth, where occasionally their voice will get raised enough that you could maybe hear the odd word, but then they correct themselves and go back into their hushed whispers. Kind of looks like Attendant Inkstone has not won the argument, as he like shuffles back, looking a bit disgruntled, and says to everybody, "I was hoping to avoid this little issue on diplomacy, but you will have to disarm before you can enter the audience chamber."
But of course, simply a formality, I'm sure.
Kind of nods apologetically, like that, kind of wringing his hands a little.
It's an easy thing for Lockhart to say. It doesn't really do weapons. So.
Myr'ra's like concernedly looking
Likewise.
through packs. Like, is my book a weapon? Is my backpack a weapon?
My tea tray, like
My tea?
Can I keep my walking stick? Anyway.
you wouldn't part an old man from his walking stick.
And my walking stick's just shaped like a bow.
Okay. Dagger, longbow.
No, we're going to skip to the part where is anyone trying to hide weapons. That's what I'm skipping to, because I don't need everybody to describe every weapon that comes off of them. Just who's trying to take weapons in. The answer should be no one. But you
Is my voice a weapon?
Obviously, but how are you going to detach
it? Well, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
We've been to so many royal visits, I think we would be used to this by now.
Well, the thing is, like, Loudon didn't...
Loudon was chill.
Yeah, I suppose.
Was Loudon, though?
And a devil.
Yeah.
Yeah. No wonder, yeah.
It was a demon's bed.
Douglas Dugal was chill.
Yeah,
Douglas
Dugal probably didn't even know who you were. Like,
Still doesn't.
Nope. Those lovely people that brought me cake. And it's like, no, they didn't, Douglas. They were working for you and your wife. What? Then who brought me the
ruined
cake?
his position at court.
Yeah, he's really did. You knocked him down from being like, was it Queen Consort?
Aww.
Or the King Consort to the Queen.
That poor man.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yes, I will disarm.
Yes.
I cannot speak for Ignysera.
Well, that's what I said.
Here, but...
So Falkwin isn't taking any weapons in, that correct? Lockheart, no weapons. Myr'ra, no weapons. And we know that Nori's taken no weapons in. He said so, he promised.
Though,
I also take my weapons off.
Okay, cool. Thank you, Ignysera. What was that, Alexander? What was your thought
no,
process?
I had a thought. I was trying to remember if you had had a hidden thing.
Who,
the
me?
sword when you were hiding in the cloak. That's still stuck in
Yeah,
your brain.
so
No, I don't have a hidden wrist dagger. No, no, I don't have. No.
He
Nuh-uh.
says suspiciously.
but for the low price of 3 XP now.
I will remove the dagger from the hidden blade as well. Now that you've brought it up.
As I said, I need, as the GM, just to know who's trying to sneak stuff in. That's all I care about. So as long as no one's taking stuff in, that's fine. It means that when people
I
check
have no
you
weapons.
over, when people check you over, that's fine. However, there are not quite 15 singers, but is there any weapons other than a weighted net in Eluben's garage? And are we bringing up Eluben's garage?
I forgot about the weighted net. We did put the weighted net in there. I really, really wanted a scorpion, but I don't think we ended up getting one.
There's still time. I mean, you might get one from the dwarves.
Yeah, who knows?
Can probably just about cram one in, right? It was what, a
Mhm,
3-meter cube, right? Basically,
Yeah.
so
I think it's like 3x3x4 or something, like a 3-meter cube, something like that.
I don't believe there are any actual weapons in Aluben's garage because, as I said, I think Nori did say they were keeping the arrows on them because they have the bow.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think we're safe there. And
Not since we returned the demon blade. I
Yes.
don't think there's any weapons in there.
and yeah, Aluben doesn't keep weapons in there either. So, good. But yeah, so attendant Dorkin just looks over everybody and just nods politely, good. This is nice as everybody lays out their stuff and kind of spaces provided. And then again, apologies, this was just a formality, and then a couple of the guards actually pat everyone down.
Have things been a little tense recently?
Just doesn't answer. Just kind of mutters a bit while wringing his hands. And then as obviously that time's partly for them stopping the pat down. Then someone barks nearby. And the dog finds the drugs. It's okay, the dog finds the drugs. Who had them?
Alright.
Probably in my tea.
But yeah, so the pat down goes well, and then you just get taken through the big kind of heavy set looking doors, and it's clearly some kind of royal audience chamber that you are brought into. Big throne sitting at the other side of it. Lots of statues of what possibly look like past dwarven lords and ladies, all carved out of various colours of either marble or granite or just varying stones. Doesn't seem to be any particular reason for why someone's got one stone, someone's got another stone, but it could also just have been their preferred stone. It's hard to say. Maybe you get to pick that when you're getting your statue commissioned. So.
Do they look like they're expensive stones?
The whole place looks like it's made of expensive stone. If you could fit all of this into Eluben's garage, you could probably make a small fortune. So, yeah. It's and again, it depends if you can find a buyer, doesn't it? Right? Probably find somebody somewhere. So, yeah.
Of course I can.
But yeah, Attendant Dorgan says, if you require anything, please just knock on the door. We will be outside. There's no one in this room, by the way, other than just the big throne chair at the far side. The way the floor is designed as well is it's kind of segmented to the part where there's clearly a big step up, so the area where the throne goes. Almost it would be slightly awkward for a halfling or a dwarf to make that step. So the implication there is you don't step on that part of the floor that seems to circle the throne itself. And then the doors with a big thunk and a big echo goes over. And then probably about 10 minutes pass of awkward milling around. maybe looking around at the statues, there's nothing carved or written or anything on the statues either. They are just, poses of, again, and they all look lordly rather than, they're not like heroic armor wearing people. Definitely nobility of some kind.
Enough time to have passed for this to heavily remind me of a time where we were invited to a monarch audience.
Probably, yeah. Do you know dwarven customs well?
Not dwarven customs, but this is meeting people of nobility.
Are you implying
or-
cultures are similar?
Situations are similar.
Yeah, you can have your bonus.
Well, no, it's not to me. It's to
Okay.
to everyone else.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, your thing can work.
And my edge is now free, so it feels like.
Yep.
Nice.
Remember,
So
the game's
I
meant
guess
to be kind. It's meant to like players.
Mhm. And so I guess it is just talking about kind of,
Like royal protocol.
yeah, that sort of socialness. Just in case anyone
Who
else.
are you staring at when you're telling this story of the current group?
Probably Ignysera, because the other ones were probably there with us for some of the other ones.
So the one that's uncle's the king.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but it's, as you say, it's king of some other place.
Okay.
Uncle's the king.
Now, this came up last time. Quilburn refers to her as his niece. King Quilburn, Lightscale of the Dragons.
Sister of, or
I clarified
Cousin
that
of?
we're distantly related.
Like
Right,
very,
okay.
very. But Quilburn's a very jolly
Yeah.
man that's just like, nah, it's my niece.
okay,
Mhm.
okay,
Mhm.
right. No, just my assumption with a certain new queen.
Yes, so the connection there is Quilburn Lightscale is the king, and he's the one that wanted to be the head of the Arcanatrix because he's really into magic.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody was kind of like, yeah, he should be the guy that's in charge of that because everybody likes him. And then the sword picked him, and he's like, ah, damn it. So he became king, quite reluctantly. And his brother, Brandrin Lightscale, is the one that Loudon's in love with, or he's in love with, and they had a kid together, but they kept that quiet from everybody because they didn't want that to feel like two nations uniting against the table. So Vermilion Lightscale does use her whole name as queen. And Vermilion ends in lion, which is where she took Verme the lion, the bronze-maned lion because of her hair, so on and so forth. And yeah, so that's how all that's connected. But Ignysera's family is like several generations back connected with the Lightscales. So that's how they're
Related by a half of whiskey.
Yes. Yeah, so after the 10 or so minutes passes, Lockhart just waffles on, I guess, about protocol and the right and wrong things to do.
I mean, and it does say to those who pay attention, so it is optional to listen.
Mm-hmm. We may as well go around the gang then. Who's not listening to Lockhart randomly waffle on about royal protocol and who? Okay. Well, you're a
listen to
speaker.
him prattle on and then just kind of be like, that's wrong. That's also wrong. No.
Well, that's not how the dragons do it. Yeah.
Mhm.
I love how the other speaker is like, well, I didn't play a listener, so I'm playing a speaker. Yeah.
Listener.
Anna, is Myr'ra
Yeah.
anything to
Hear
you?
someone.
Myr'ra listens.
Mhm.
I think I'm also trying to figure out, because last time we were in a big throne room, people summoned themselves via swords and it was all very dramatic. And I think she's looking at the floor trying to be like, is there like something in the floor? Or is that a thing Pride had done? How does everybody have like a fail safe for I've been summoned? I can teleport using my weapon. Remembering that the dwarves sword is a hammer and
Mhm.
trying to look for like where that could go. Yeah. But I am half listening.
Okay, yep. Nori? Or are you just trying to weigh up
think-
how much you can get in your pocket?
You stole my line.
Sorry.
I was just going to say, I think I'm nodding in all the right places, but I think I'm a little bit distracted by the shiny.
Okay. So I believe from that collection, I think you got like a half. But that's fine. I mean, that makes sense. After those 10 minutes, there's another big kathunk at the other side of the room. Because this room's almost like you've got big kind of cubism style room, and you've got doors on like each face of the room as well, big double doors that all kind of lead into the center with the big kind of square shaped floor, and the thrones in the middle, and then there's the lower part that leads to the door you came in. And through like one of the left, like doors on the left. It was weird gesturing there because my hands went to different places because I see a mirrored version of my Discord. It's very weird to see my hand go that way, but then the different way on the stream. Anyway, that's for me. So, on the left, in walks someone relatively familiar to most people. It is Queen Margot Skygazer. She shuffles with quite some urgency to get into the center, and then just on the throne dumps the hammer, and then just like puts her hands on her hips and turns and goes, "You might have said yous were coming."
We didn't want to take up any of your valuable time. As we're not sure if we were going to make it all the way to your lovely city. You go to any trouble?
Try to imply putting on this pitiful excuse of a gathering is trouble for the dwarves.
Oh, I'm sure dwarf activity is very busy and bustling there. Everything outside seemed to be all in order and all working well, so just wouldn't want to change any scales, tip anything. Just trying to come through, be on our business, but it is lovely to meet your acquaintance again.
Kind of just like nods a bit to herself. Okay. Anyone else looking to kiss my ass, or just him?
I just want to hunt big birds, man.
Just kind of nods, like, good, direct. I like that. So
It's nice to see you not in mortal peril.
well, we'll see how this conversation goes, shall we? And she kind of chuckles a bit to herself.
Yeah, I'm going to go behind Ignysera. I've seen her body. I'm hiding. She's scary.
And then, yeah, she goes, "So, what brings you to my lovely city?" And she like looks back at you, Lockhart.
Essentially a bit of an errand. We are in the mountains looking to find, hopefully, some what's the name of these things that I can...
The Avaraptor birds.
Avaraptor, that's it. Looking for Avaraptors, you see. It's on the assistance for the Arcanatrix.
Kind of like, no, sorry. It's a bang goes. I mean, two of you look like you'd be capable. Why are you all going?
The other two of us are good at staying out of the way.
Just nods to herself, like, yeah, that makes
There's 5 of us.
And you get to pick which one you're in.
I didn't go to school for no math.
I was elected to lead, not to read. But yeah.
This is Aluben Erasure as well.
Yeah. Although I just had the weird music video version of that sentence in my head, which was very different. But yes. So, she kind of like...
I feel like Falkwin is being disrespected here.
Don't feel that way. Just feel like you're being complimented. It's much nicer.
Of course, I must be in the two who are capable. I must be in that group, of course.
Yeah, you and Aluben. Yeah.
Couldn't possibly be the archer and the dragon lady.
squishy academics. Just like,
Mhm.
nothing about
Yeah.
us.
She says, as a show of thanks for your involvement in aiding Cascade City, I can't just arrange for an Avaraptor bird to be captured or killed and brought here fresh, if you want. Just genuinely no bother, and she emphasizes that like kind of cheekily to Lockheart. Can't imagine two wizards
Wow.
and a bureaucrat want to traipse over our mountains.
Yeah, that would save us time.
I mean,
Would mean the
okay, player agency. Like Lockhart
Yeah,
wouldn't have a problem with that. But
Also, if it could be captured alive, and like we could like keep it, just then the Arcanatrix has a constant supply of these feathers.
She did say capture or kill.
Yeah.
hmm
Are we advocating bird captivity here? Possibly.
Yes.
I,
But
Well, you you advocate it all the time. Well, monthly.
yeah, that is true.
So so I think Falkwin would definitely have no problem with this because, as far as he's concerned, this is just an errand, and the sooner we get it done, the faster. And I personally don't have a problem with it either because with where we are right now, we can just continue right on to Caldera and look for the lunar blooms, which might be more interesting anyway.
compared to catching a giant bird, what?
I was looking forward to shooting things at the giant bird, but maybe there will be things to shoot in Caldera.
Bigger birds.
Yeah, but I like the kind of risk-free nature of shooting the
Yeah, there's no backstory tied to these, but
like if this was some sort of role-playing game, I feel like I would go for the not skip the event option, but actual Lockhart wouldn't mind skipping.
Just make sure you know to clip that little segment there, Alexander. If this was a role-playing game.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I feel like I suppose Ignysera would maybe like be slightly disappointed not going, but also it's practical, it makes more sense, and keeps us in line with what we're doing. And then as a player, I'm just like, oh man, I want to shoot something.
Yeah.
I want to shoot the.
Well,
She's not stopping you going on the hunt.
Exactly, and we could offer.
Go with them.
Well, no, basically, it's like, is there anything else that we think we can get out of them? If they're wanting to
This
show their
offer of a
appreciation of
favour.
gratitude,
Yeah.
We can still do that, and then they can give us something else.
yeah, be like, well, actually, we kind of are. Even if it's a cool hammer for,
Something cool.
Some giggles. They're probably our best passage through the mountain people. So if we want passage through the mountains to somewhere, say Caldera. That could be worth
You
asking
mean you're
for.
not in tight with Pride and Joy?
Yeah, but they're scary.
Well, one of them is, and it's
Yeah.
not Pride.
I think it would be fun to make use of that particular connection more. Personally,
Me too.
How much are we spelling here? Are we going to tell her that we're in search of all 3 items? Just to see if there's any help with that. And
I don't see any need to keep it secret. Like, usually Lockhart's all about obfuscation. Obfuscation, of the truth, but
Nebulosity.
yeah, I actually just don't see any benefit for it in this case.
Well,
We've been sent with a shopping list, so
yeah, these are on effectively, like as we've discussed, like an elaborate fetch quest, and like Margot and you guys, for the most part, are pretty good terms. I know that Lockhart technically missed some of that content, but was present in the narrative for a lot of it. So yeah, like Margot can hold her own in a fight, seems pretty pragmatic about things, advised against a lot of the actions that were taken, but didn't get in the way of them.
it told us they were a bad idea. And said, I told you so.
Yeah.
Validly.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
I just had a vision of Alu Ben throwing the net out the ring going, won't be fucking needing this then, will we?
All the stuff just gets booted out the garage immediately. That's so funny an image. Just the foot kicking it all out.
Well, it's now pterodactyl hunting equipment. You know, we do need to be safe on Dinosaur Island. We're not just going on a stealth mission for the eggs. Although I guess we could, but I think we would fail at that.
You never know. So yeah, what's the plan?
They might be someone that knows more about like light blooms, just because we know what was it, dark, hot, and high, and dwarves have quite a few of those.
Like
so we did check the library in this city when we got here, didn't we?
Yep, because you went from the library, you went from like the trade quarter into the library to the. You just learned you needed to go to the royal quarter, and you met the escort, and they took you. But yes, for dark, hot, and high, again, it's any of those in any combination as well. The one missing from the triangle would be hot here, other than inside. So the lower you go to the hearth core, dwarves, not elves, dwarves, you get dark and hot. Obviously here you've got high, but that's it. You don't even have dark because it's quite everything's bright up here. Like they've specifically found ways to like capture light and spread it everywhere. So yeah. So it's unlikely lunar blooms or night blooms bloom here.
Yeah.
But they might have like a we've got that cave. It's a while away.
And it might be on the Caldera side of the short mountains, do you know what I mean? Yeah.
They might just be able to give us a better compass bearing, or currently we're gonna go to Caldera.
I think with the information we have now, I think like a volcanic cave at the top of the volcano in Sin is our sort of 100% there's going to be lunar blooms there. But then maybe there are some like 80%, 60% places more nearby, or less likely even, but still possible. So it's maybe worth thinking about. But did we want to go to Sin anyway? Did Myr'ra have some family business to attend to?
Yeah, I was kind of instructed. Grandma told me to come, but only when it was safe.
Was there an implication that once you arrive, you would never be allowed to leave again?
Oh, it's quite hard to read tone from a lady you've never met. But it was more it is time for you to visit type letter.
It definitely seemed to reflect the current climate as well. What happened to Cascade and stuff, because there was the follow-up of you won't be travelling while everything's a bit up in the air. Like arrangements will be made, but it'll be when it's safe.
Yeah. Which could be.
Also lets you know how connected she is to world events as well. Given that Sid is quite far away from Cascade Say.
Yeah, and that letter arrived very promptly.
Also, bless you, Kalli.
Thank you.
So, you've got a yes or a no answer for Margot, or you've got your counter offer ready for Margot.
Yeah, come on, we've got to have. There's got to be something else we can get from this.
You can have about 2.5 minutes to think of a counter offer.
Oh no.
Because I agreed, it's that thing of like practicality-wise, this is a good offer, but it's not as fun as fighting some birds.
And last session, Chris did say, why didn't we get any campaign rewards? Now you meet someone who's literally trying to offer you one.
How much mithril you got?
Isn't like traveling, like transporting places, isn't that like hard to come by in this world? So do we want to get like passage to Dinosaur Island somehow? See if they have some way to get us there.
So Sierra Bronsbark said she had arranged a boat to get you across to Felix for Dinosaur Island, and then from Felix the other continent.
Because we have to go all the way across, and then back.
And then all the way down, yeah. But Sarah seems to have arranged that bit, but that is obviously going to take all the weeks to sail across to the other continent, and then all the weeks to get down to Dinosaur Island with this guide.
So I think at the moment we would be. If it was me, I would accept the offer for the dwarves to capture one of the birds. But we'd find out how long that was going to take them to do that. And we could go to Sin and try and come back and pick up the bird on the way back. Because we don't want to carry a cage with a burden all the way up to Sin and
Not,
back down.
not
That's
on
just
that
going to
scale,
get hell
right?
kind of dangerous.
Like, if this was a person, like an Avaraptor bird is like,
Yeah.
yeah,
Oh wow.
yeah. They're like,
Yeah.
Carry it. Though.
it's like 3 meter wingspan is what we read in a book.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, so
they're big.
yeah.
So for me, that's the option here. They go catch the bird, we go to Sin, come back down, pick up, and
I mean, it's a good offer,
Travel
right?
back.
Like, Margot obviously is like, well, if you need this, I can help with that, because that's easy for us to do. We deal with them all the time. Also, it means, from a political point of view, she doesn't have, like, you know, one of the attaches of Dink wandering in to dangerous mountain territory and potentially causing an international incident.
Well, what sort of attaché would do that?
I mean, it's a toss-up between you and Riven in that one, really, isn't it? So
Hammer. What about?
I feel like
you
it
can't use
does.
a hammer. Why do you want a hammer?
I just think we can get something. I want to fight a bird. No, I want to see these guys fight a bird.
We might still get attacked by a bird. Like, it can still happen.
Hannah, you keep an eye on that Moonwatch, yeah?
True. Many, many dangerous birds. I do like the capture because it takes away the feather potency problem. Versus if they've got a way to do that isn't as dangerous as us throwing ourselves at it.
And then we somehow transport this giant bird
back to Cascade City by ourselves.
It only took us 3 days to get up. 3 days in a cage. That'll be fine.
It's just a matter of training the bird. So it didn't take us down.
Did I say it took 3 days to get here? I don't think I did.
Well,
I think it was definitely, like, possibly closer to 2 weeks to get here. Like, yeah.
so that's
maybe a
even more.
We'll call it a week. That's easier.
Yeah, that's even harder then to transport something. So from here to Sin, however many days that's going to take with a bird in a cage, big bird in a cage, then come back again, then another week. No, we don't let them do the hard work.
No. We're not taking the bird to Sin.
That's what I'm
That's
trying
not
to say
happening.
here. Let them catch the bird, and then we.
Is that
we go to
Alubena
Sin.
here saying that? We're not taking the bird to Sin. Absolutely not.
Feels like we could ask for them to transport, like, in order to cut out having to come back to collect said bird.
That's
We
a
could
fine point.
negotiate for. Could you capture the bird and send it to the Arcana Tree?
It's almost
In
like
On our behalf, obviously.
Cascade City.
I'll score that sentence out on my notes so I don't have to offer it. Perfect.
And then would our plan be head down to Voros and then across into Caldera, or just straight for Caldera?
I don't know enough about that territory to comment.
Mhm.
It feels close. Be ashamed to miss.
That's also another potential for a night bloom. Potentially, if the answers from Katie have been vague, and the answers from Sir Ethane have been non-existent. Probably still worth a chat.
I mean, also, depending if you want to try and talk up the offer Margot's making, maybe get her to recharge your ring.
Yeah, again, that feels a bit more mundane, though.
No, I mean in addition to them getting the bird.
Oh, I see.
That's why I said talk up.
What do we need from the dwarves? Again,
How many
explain to them what we're
ballistas can
after.
we fit in the garage?
Has anybody ever gone to fight the T-Rexes? And made it back, obviously.
Well, I think you got from the notes in the library books that people went on a lot of expeditions to Dinosaur Island, but never came back to finish their projects. So I feel like there's an answer in there somewhere.
Yes.
The answer is they all decided to stop being scientists, not that they died.
Yeah.
So back to the great negotiator.
So yeah, back in the room.
Hammer.
We probably should just get the bird. We'll see if they can get the bird to the Arcanatrix.
Yeah, I think so.
We could talk about to doing that as well.
Everybody could have a hammer though.
But we could all have her.
I mean, it's not quite what she's saying, because I kind of feel like she doesn't want to feel like we're owed anything as well. Because otherwise it'd be like, hey, favour that the dwarves owe us. That would be good. That's kind of what she's avoiding.
Mm-hmm. But realistically, well, do we want to... As I say, we don't currently have anything we'd maybe need her help with. We might know somebody who does. Big spooky man in a tower. Yeah. Also that one. We have many friends.
Potions of heal.
I like how Lockheart went for Cairo there, but you were going for Branonell.
Yeah. I was like, yeah. We know many spooky men in towers now. That's what we're learning. And one on the moon.
Master Amblin.
You got any rockets?
One day.
One of the towers opens up and it's a dwarven rocket they've been building. Yeah.
Oh my god, it's like Diddy Kong Racing. The lighthouse turns into...
That's where I got my inspiration from, Diddy Kong Racing. Okay, so, stalling aside.
It does seem like a good offer.
It does.
It's just sad that we don't get to fight a bird.
I'm sure we'll have other things to fight.
So
go to Dinosaur Island now.
So, Lockhart, I'm going to reply. I think you're the one leading this chat.
He's just making a grumpy face. As I say, like, Lockhart isn't against it. It's just like Alexander is.
Alexander sees more potential here.
Yeah.
So it's screen wipes to like 2 sessions later. Lost all your supplies. You've had a werebird attack. I mean, you've broke your leg somehow, Alexander, as well. And that was just playing the game. It's not even Lockhart.
Yeah. Well, if we are agreed. I think Lockhart should say.
Hammers, though.
Oh, your Majesty is most kind.
I prefer Highness, but that's fine.
This is one to be blunt with. She prefers you to be blunt.
Also, she's a Starforged dwarf. Of course, she prefers Highness.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, Lockhart keeps meeting royals who don't want to go by the correct titles.
There ain't not higher than the stars.
Mm.
Starforge or Moonforge?
The Moonforged Elves? How did you know about the Moonforged Elves?
Of course, Your Highness. That would be of great use to us if we could. If a capture of your Aviraptor would of most help to us. If I have a communication, I was hoping to be able to send a message back once we had confirmed our ability to it. I'm afraid I didn't think I'd be able to get this done so quickly, and it's not currently in as a working condition. So if there's any way you'd be able to repair that, and I would be able to tell the mechanics to expect to be most grateful.
Sure, something can be done. Let's see it.
It was a gift from. I'll just pull out the ring. From
Queen Light Scale.
Queen. Yeah, I was going to say it's Queen Light Scale or Bright Scale.
No, Light Scale, yeah.
Yes, Light Scale. It's from Queen Light Scale. I believe it's expanded.
How's she doing after everything?
It has been a trying time. I think she has taken to her new role with much alacrity.
How's her mum? That was a shock.
Oh, that was several successive shocks, I must say. Has been.
I must have only noticed the one.
Well, that she seemed to be with us, seemed to be then no longer with us, and back with us. That it's been, I'd say, quite a trying time. But hopefully now is the ushering of stability and prosperity for all our races.
Yeah, sure Denk will do its part.
Sure. And Her Majesty's work is ongoing.
Yeah, the grind never stops.
No, especially one that works so hard as the Queen. Keeping a finger in many eyes, I think, as they say.
How do you know? Like nods. She puts like her hand out and goes, "Well, let's see this trinket."
Yeah, take it off.
And looks at it and she goes, "It's not too shoddy, is it?"
Queen Vermilion was grateful to assistance that some of us had rendered to her. I must confess I do not know where she was able to acquire this, but we were most grateful for it.
Interesting choice of materials as well. Let's see. Bold, this queen.
She's never one to have shied away from her duties and responsibilities, having had to take the throne manner, or recover her throne, I should say, the manner that she did.
Just remember, you can only say so much here. Comes to what you can and can't say about how any of that happened.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, so she kind of like looks over the ring, which is like the three bands of different kind of coloured looking metals, one of which being quite clearly silver in the middle of like a gold and a bronze, or like a coppery kind of toned one. It looks over. That's kind of her point, right? The boldness of choosing silver to put in a ring as a gift is a bit of an interesting message to send to someone, never mind the pun that even is as a description describing the ring. And she goes, I mean, I could probably charge it for a day, but I think probably wanting something a bit more permanent.
I would be most useful, yes.
Okay, well, to give me a day at least. It's because our scribes and sages would have to see what materials we have on hand. Imagine this will be beyond their craft to top up, as it were.
I'm sure the skill of the dwarves is beyond legendary, and we are in no rush to
Oh, I'd hope
be
not.
away from such a
Otherwise,
great
we'd
city.
miss such good songs.
Oh, I do look forward to hearing some the great music of your people.
She kind of laughs a bit. Just, yes, I've been told about my singing voice. She chuckles to herself. But sadly, there will be no time for such frivolities. I'm sure that Attendant Inkstone will make sure that you are made comfortable if you are to wait within the royal quarter. If you have made arrangements elsewhere, be sure to let him know. It's true, as this bird has been captured. You have a way of transporting it.
Not currently, no. It was another bridge we were going to burn when we reached it.
Not exactly the methods I would choose, or more into building than destroying, but yes, sure, we can arrange some kind of art for you.
The generosity and hospitality of the dwarves has been very appreciated.
Yes, tell me that after dinner. I'll be sure to make sure you are fed Dwarven style.
Oh, greatly look forward to it. Now, I would like to have some.
Is this a player agency moment?
This
or
is
this a...
yes, yeah. Like crazy person with a wall behind me. Like, this is definitely isn't Pride we're talking to, is it? Like,
if it is, she's got the bluntness of the dwarves down pat.
Yeah, but she had like Loudon pretty down pat.
Well, she convinced the kingdom for 2 years, right? Or the queendom for 2 years.
Didn't convince Samda though.
Nope.
I just.
I don't think it's print.
I just want to get a bit of a sense.
You can do an insight roll if you wanted to try and engage them. Yeah, like read the person. Yeah. You're trying to see if they're trying to deceive you in some way?
Yeah.
I feel like you've probably got good skills for that.
Yeah. That's.
Speaking of skills, there was something I was thinking. Now is not the time, but remind me later whenever we get a slow moment.
But remind you what, though?
I have the choice between, so for the magic ally thing, I have the choice between Aluben being able to grant wishes or gaining a mount. When I say grant wishes, grant some very specific, not super powerful wishes. As in, like, give me some magic bonuses. I didn't decide which one I wanted.
As someone that has an overview of the game, I would say the wish move is way more mileage within it, rather than the mount one, because the mount one's circumstantial and you haven't struggled travelling. But it is always nice to have a random mount at a moment's notice. But how many solo adventures do you plan on going on? Where that
Not
would
likely any.
So I would say in terms of mileage, you're probably more likely to get stuff like more mileage out of the wishes, but it's your call, obviously. That's the way I try and look at it, going, what am I likely to use?
Yeah, so the wish effect can be +2 damage to all my attacks for the next 10 minutes, or +1 armor for an hour, or 2 eases on trying to tell if someone's lying for an hour. Or adding 3 to any of my stat pools.
All of them sound very good.
Yeah, I think that sounds good.
Yeah. So, Lockhart, why is that set to difficulty? Salmon.
I put difficulty 0.
So maybe you did. That doesn't say success or fail, it's just the way I'm reading it. It's the fact that it would have beat to difficulty 4 is where I'm getting myself confused. That one's on me. So, you spent 2 levels of effort in this as well?
Yes, well, I want to try and remember exactly. So, 2 levels of it would cost 5.
Yep.
And I have edge 4.
Yep.
Does that mean in total it costs 1?
What did the ability cost to use? You're not using an ability, are you? So
Not using
just
ability.
then yes, it's just 1 that you're down.
Nice.
But I do have.
Where's the specialization coming from?
So I'm trained in discerning decisions and getting a hunch, and trained in tasks relating to deception, detecting falsehoods in others.
Sure, yeah, I'll let those stack. Yeah, that's fine.
Mhm.
So we're adding
So
a 12 to that, so that's a 24.
Right.
Because you've got specialized in 2 levels of, so that's 3 per each point there, which is 12 added to your roll of 12. 4. Yeah. No, this seems like the Margot you're familiar with, so unless Pride was always Margot, then
Ah, that's what it is. I've proven it. Or Margot was pride.
the whole time. But yeah, no, it definitely seems like this is Margot. She just seems a bit stickler. Like you can maybe gauge from like your roll that she seems to think you're holding stuff back. Like why would you come all this way for a bird? That's like the what's really going on, and why didn't Riven come with you? It's probably like you can tell she has a lot in her head that isn't really about this.
Yeah, she's only seen us battling Fern and battling with
And asking
things like that, and now we're on a mundane mission to capture a bird.
Like
Yeah.
like
we're quite suspicious.
Mm-hmm. Hence why I mean it's like those people who stand out miles away, immediately go find out what they're up to. In fact, don't worry, I'll do it myself.
Okay, that is that does.
But she definitely seems like she's got all the suspicion about you guys. She doesn't seem to be like distrusting you. She just clearly seems to be like, that's a story. Yep, that's odd. And obviously, remember I said that in that 2 weeks the Grand Council had that conversation about like Vermi and Loudon trying to clear up what they're allowed to say at the meeting. And Joy went, "Oh, that seems fine. Why do we need to poke, the bear anymore? Let's just move on." Basically, so that definitely shuffled. And obviously, you can maybe guess that Margot was like, "What? Why? Why are you okay with this? What? Nobody else seems to mind. It's annoying." So yeah, Margot is still a bit suspicious about all of that, understandably, because they're in the dark about a lot of it. Let's face it, and they clearly like not being in the dark. But yeah, they definitely have a lot on their mind.
Probably, and I say it might have felt like a bit of a waste, but especially as for Lockhart, that costs 1 intellect. I feel like that was quite good to just smooth over that, because also Lockhart wasn't sure are they. There's a few things that kind of felt like they might have been hiding, but if it is just more suspicion, then it's good to kind of clear that up. And knowing her love of things straightforward, Lockhart might just kind of, if it looks like we're in the end of the conversation, just sort of just kind of probably slight change, like, Your Highness, we are here for the bird. We are also looking for some light blooms, and we will eventually be seeking some
Lizard King.
So you're gonna tell her the actual components that you need, because it's lunar blooms or night blooms. That's the same thing. Or the eggshells, 3 eggs worth of eggshells from King's best friend lizard.
Yeah, some eggshells, King's best friend. It is a favor for the Arcanatrix. Nothing more.
It's a debt we've got to repay.
I don't want to tell them we're in a debt.
Nori's leaning into the Dwarven, though, straightforward.
But yeah, just try and be like uncharacteristically Lockhart, because I don't want them to be suspicious of us right now.
Yeah, and Margot kind of like furrows her brow a little bit and kind of goes, "Odd request. If this is indeed a debt of some sort, dare I ask? Like raises an eyebrow and doesn't say the question, but obviously leaves the question hanging.
We were granted assistance from the Arcanatrix, and this was about the level of things required to make it easier for them to smooth over the assistance they give us.
Fair enough.
But your hospitality has been most appreciated. We dare not keep any more of your time. Continue to liaise
Kind of
with...
like cuts you off and goes, "No, you're not keeping me. I do have another matter. I wouldn't mind some counsel on if you're perhaps willing to share some insights with me." I like looks at everyone, kind of just nods to herself. So Riven shared the Dagda Cathair Voros joint efforts. Kind of like nods, doesn't finish that sentence either. With yourselves, quite aware of that, given at Councillor Hedera. Would always say Sir Riven as well. This place. These passages, I would appreciate if you kept them secret. Yourselves also. Don't want the refugees it helps to find themselves trapped. Like, very like, concerned mother tone coming through from her as well. Yes. However, of late these passages have become quite compressed, and our last 3 convoys have had some Calderan fatalities. Sadly. Refugees found dead during the route. Tell she's reading. MD.
And you would like us to?
Did they? Could you tell how they died?
She kind of looks between like Nori and Myr'ra. Well, as I said, merely asking advice at this moment in time, Master Nediam, but the victims, she like gestures vaguely, like doesn't know what to call them, died of stab wounds, 2 each body. 1 front and 1 back, both to the heart.
How were these people found close at the same place on the route or at different locations?
She like shakes her head. It has varied. At first, we wrote this off, potentially grudges amongst the Calderan, etc., but we found it quite a usual report to read, given the nature of the killings. It's almost signature nature. However, as I said, this was wrote off. The passageways are quite dangerous, and people can make enemies easily in Caldera. There are many wish to leave, but don't know that we provide this assistance to some. Our agents in Caldera do keep themselves as cover as possible. Like, you can tell, like, she feels the weight of every word she says could wreck everything, because this could cause a war between Caldera and the Short Mountains. So, she's obviously quite tentative about it. So
is this the wounds caused by blades or caused by possible other means?
Kind of like shakes her head from what the escorts could tell on sight. However, for the 3rd convoy, we did swap out the escorts. Just in case. Yet the attacks persisted. between each convoy there can be 30 to 50 Calderan convoy. Sometimes less, rarely more, but so far 18 are dead.
Are you aware of any magical or ritualistic significance in the manner of killing? The 2 stab wounds to the heart, one from front, one from rear.
I don't have to be a qualified wizard to understand the significance of the heart symbology. However, there is... seems so mundane, but yet so personal. It's quite baffling. Refugees leave in a state of distress rather than you can imagine. However, this has been quite distressing, as you can imagine. The passageways have been searched. By no trace of killer or killers. This, she rolls her eyes. Heart piercer is to be stopped. And really soon. For now, we've stopped the escort runs while these searches were conducted, but we will be running another one given that our agents on the other side have their side of Calderan looking to flee. We initially thought, when we heard reports of fatalities, we thought perhaps Falgain had found their way into the tunnels, but no. This is not. Falgain would have no precision like this. It would be much messier had it been Falgain. Which is quite concerning. Monsters in the dark we can deal with. This unknown risks everything and more. Like, stares at her feet a lot as if like she's annoyed that there isn't more info. Just, I have spoken with this new Count of Voros. She like looks up. It's her hand Threem. He has taken a special interest in this matter. It was reassuring that he wished to maintain the previous arrangement put in place by Countess Aga. However, the counsel I seek from yourselves is that the Count has offered to supply the escort for the next convoy. Individual knight, no less. Name of Sir Ethan.
Oh, he's very good.
She kind of like furrows her brow at you as if that's not what she was expecting to hear, and she goes, however, this Count offered his utmost confidence in this knight's capability when I expressed my concerns regarding sending an individual to escort potentially 50.
We're acquainted with Sir Ethan.
See.
Suffice to say,
She puts a hand up and she goes, of this I knew, because of the report Councillor Hedera offered counsel.
Of course.
Which is why I ask all for counsel on this matter.
Had any of the bodies been concealed?
She shakes her head. The reports, as you can imagine, our escorts did not dally long these areas, nor did they slow their convoys down by carrying the dead to us. So sadly there is little information to go on, and when our scouts went back to search the tunnels, there was no trace of even the bodies, but yet Falgain could have taken them. Other creatures dwelling with to meet.
How quickly could we get to Caldera from here?
And she kind of like raises an eyebrow, like, she goes, depending on how much to travel, take. Where in Caldera are you looking to go? she seems so thrown because obviously she, in her head, she was like, "I'm asking you guys to talk me up into Ceretane getting a job," versus now you're like, "How quickly can we just leave and go to Caldera?" So she's a wee bit thrown, and she goes, "Where in Caldera are you looking to go? Not many seek entry."
We would not want to know necessarily the specific location at the moment, but what if we were to meet Ceretane en route and could perhaps provide some assistance to this convoy?
Kind of raise it, bro.
He's very, very strong and very good, but he's only one person, as Lockheart says.
We are going that way anyway.
If we could also provide assistance.
She looks like you didn't want to go fight a bird, but you just want to go into like murder caves. Like, who are these people? So that's the expression that's maybe on her face. She doesn't hide it that well.
Yeah, we would have gone to fight the bird.
Yeah, obviously. And
Time efficiency.
to clarify, the convoys will be coming sort of out of somewhere in Caldera into the short mountains, through them to Voros.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
So probably somewhere on the edge of the short mountains, they link up and about. So
And then you'd have to cross all of the big deserty desert. It's full of the Falgain to get to mountain.
Full of Falgain, full of Ferran attacks if greed's to be believed, no birds, and
No birds.
eventually you hit the slum city of Pit, or the Pit.
So we would be going sort of to the top and down to Voros if we travelled with the convoy, then back if we wanted to go to Sin.
Could be. Yeah.
So we're still in search of the Night Blooms, so we have to find them in Sin anyway. So
Well, we could find them in Voros. It's just we would go to Sin for definite for Myr'ra.
Doesn't have to be now though. Grandma has I don't have a time frame. But possibly meeting some refugees and finding out why they are refugees and why they have chosen to leave might give us a lot of information on what is going on in Caldera.
And it ticks off the Voros as well.
Also, true crime. We should do this. There's a
Logically,
podcast
yeah. Logically, either the murderer is in the convoy or in the caves,
but then they've
or
swapped,
coming.
they've swapped the envoys.
But we don't
And
know
it feels like two.
we don't
Well-
know the refugees.
Well, it could be one of the refugees, yeah. There could be
But then
some moles,
Nori,
could be spies from
Mhm.
Caldera.
can you roll anything, if you've got any skills regarding memory, let's roll an intellect skill check.
I don't.
It's okay, just need it's an intellect roll.
Perception?
No. It's just
No.
to do with thinking back. If things have lasted the test of
Yeah.
time.
See if you'd been listening to my ramblings.
I said I was half listening. Does that count?
This isn't about royal
no.
protocol, so
Oh.
No bonus, difficulty unknown. I will use an effort in this one.
Okay.
Since you're being very.
I mean, yeah,
Hmm.
I would if I were you.
Cost.
No, there's no cost. It's
We
only
won.
if you were. No, there's no cost.
Oh, bugger off.
Okay, so that is a roll of a 7, right? Because you're adding 3 to your 4. So that does beat up difficulty 2. So there's something about the way these people have been described to you, Isabel, to Nori.
Hmm.
You'd want to check on some details from possibly hidden
Family
journals.
history.
So yeah, you'd want to check on something for you to be sure. There's definitely a connection somehow, and you're like can't quite put your.
Okay.
Can't hear you.
Yeah, I was
Okay.
mumbling. Don't worry. I had a true crime thought, but I was
Okay.
gonna leave it for a bit.
Only murders in the mountains. Yeah.
Mhm, mhm.
with Martin Short Mountains. So, do you then ask Margot anything? Because, like,
I think
I
we might
think-
want to just sort of be like, but also, by the way, Surithane, very competent. Like, I don't want her to think that we don't think Surithane is like good. It's just you'd probably be able to protect them.
But they still only one person. And if there's 50, it's more about like if people are like wandering off to like take a piss and getting murdered, he's not going to be able to be everywhere at once in a convoy of 50 people.
just like turns out I'm Batman.
We should go.
I'm
I'm
not
in favor of us
convinced.
going.
Yeah, I mean,
It's just more that I don't think you
caves. Murder
necessarily
caves.
care about like the why and the stuff behind it. It's just like he fights thing. Doesn't go any
Yeah,
further.
fair. As in he would protect them,
Yeah.
but he wouldn't necessarily hunt down that
It's like,
answer.
oh, that was a weird thing that ran away. Oh well.
Yeah.
My job is to keep these
Yeah.
people alive. So I
And
think
just
Yeah,
to-
that's maybe good context to add.
Okay,
But
Chris.
yeah, he would.
to convince the effectiveness of Surithane, I would probably turn around and say, our first meeting with Surithane, it was suggested that it would have been a good match-up to celebrate the Queen's anniversary by having a fight with Riven. And both of them seemed very keen, so your opinion of Riven is very high.
She just chuckles
I would-
at that, going, now that is interesting as a statement to make. I have seen Riven, or Sir Riven, form combat, and out of the people amongst us that I have fought with, Sir Riven is not someone I would like to test my skills against. She kind of chuckles to herself, like, actually, no, I'd love that.
Also worth mentioning that Sir Ethane did solo 3 Ferren,
Well,
which
two.
can't be understated.
Two.
Okay,
We got
2.
the third one.
Yes, 2.
There
We
were
got the
3
third.
total, 2.
Yes, okay, yeah.
Yeah, it took us to kill all of them.
Still,
Myr'ra now looks quite conflicted about the mentioning of Farron being killed. Doesn't say anything. Just looks a bit. Oh,
But the cuddle was nice.
Yeah.
the cuddle was very nice. She thinks about that instead. Like,
Yeah.
that's a nice memory.
The power of friendship helped. So, obviously, you convey your confidence in Sir Ethane to Margot. She seems a bit like, still like struggling to believe everyone has so much confidence in this one guy. Really, though, this one guy. Yeah, she goes, I feel compelled to send support on this escort also, but the Count refused.
I think he would allow us to join.
She looks like that's a bit of a sour taste when she hears that, and she goes, I didn't know my people well. I would suspect that this Count thinks my people are responsible for these attacks.
The Count would investigate everybody. He wouldn't leave a stone unturned. If he's investigating you, then he's investigating everybody.
Like, no.
He did his homework on us. He knew we were coming before we got to.
And you know of this Count well?
Lockhart's been invited to lunch.
She turns and just
No.
looks at you, Lockhart, like, really?
He's a charming individual. We have had some dealings with him. He was an admirable administrator who's moved on from Denk.
Well, from
Loudon.
Well, yeah, I was just meaning the realm.
is this KT? Is KT
Yeah.
a count?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
he's got promoted from
He's
got promoted
Yeah.
from mayor to Count.
Aha.
So
Maybe just by himself.
in Voros, it seems like he has now become the Count of Voros. Is what this is
Okay.
just really.
Oh,
So he used to be mayor of
Hunt
Loudenhall.
Stream. Oh, okay.
Yes.
That's okay.
Yeah.
That's what his name actually is. Okay.
His name is Cont
Yeah.
Threem.
Pardon me.
K-O-N-T Threem. But he's now Count
Yes.
Cont Threem.
Yes.
Not Mayor
And we
Cont
call-
Threem.
Don't try saying that when you're drunk.
Because Voros is still in Denk, though.
Yes, Voros is the northernmost settlement of Denk.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if it was in kind of a halfway.
Like
A border town.
it is, but it's a trade city. It's with the dwarves. It is a trade city for Denk and the dwarves, if that makes sense. But it is Denk jurisdiction.
Right.
It's why Countess Talanis got the seat on the council for Denk as well.
Yeah.
Which is the reason why there was a space, which Hedera was temporarily filling until we found someone. It looks like KT got the job.
Yay! Go KT.
Yep.
And we'll be there for another 600 years. Oh, sorry, did I say that?
It's a couple of 100 years between friends. So yeah. So you know this Count well?
It has had some guys. It's an performed admirable service as an administrator in the south, and it is good to hear he's taking up a new post in the north. I'm sure he will enjoy, or he will work hard in his new charge. And this is likely the beginnings of his work. We'll find him diligent, but I think if he is still getting started, his understandings of all the neighbors and inhabitants will be growing. If he has sent Sir Ethane away, it does show he's taking this very seriously.
Seems like there's more to that.
Sir Ethane was his bodyguard somewhat, or
Also guarded the entirety of Loudon.
yes, his security. Say, but
She looks a bit confused at that statement.
Yeah. He replaced all the guards with very same.
That seems quite reckless.
It seemed to do any damage to Loudon. We were stunned at the same time.
It was the other way around, right? He brought Sir Ethane, and then all of the guards basically retired because they realised they were out of work because he was resolving everything before they could.
It's a very good PR way of spinning it.
yeah.
Yes.
I think he also just stopped paying all the guards as well.
Yeah.
Like simultaneously there.
People to pay this one guy.
So Falkwin is told anyway. I wasn't there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's just what Falcon's heard through the grapevines. Yeah.
Although the Queen's army were still within Loudon, Sir Ethane is as the mayor. KT, Count
3.
Count 3. He was very responsible for the town, and yeah, it was as peaceful as could be.
Yes, it seems like the reports that I received from scouts say that denizens of Loudon Hall seem quite happy with the maid's performance. You can imagine I wanted to learn what
Wouldn't
I
surprise
could
us.
when I learned I was taking and give arrangements that needed to be maintained. She has kind of just then said that she's got spies of a sort in Denk and Caldera, but you know nobody's going to cry over Caldera.
It's not a surprise. If anything else, we should be honoured that she would trust us enough to let that slip.
But I think like the thing to take from that, right, as a group, because you're all savvy enough to take that. This is how much she cares about those passageways. Like, clearly feels like they're doing good work. So,
if nothing else, we kind of would like to speak to Sir Ethane anyway, regardless. Like, as much as the situation with these passageways is important, and we support their continued upkeep and the safety they're in, and so on. On a purely selfish note, we want to see Sir Ethane anyway, because he's the only person that we've met who actually has one of these 3 items that we're looking for. He keeps lunar blossoms himself.
So a formidable knight able to defend a town and maintain a incredibly rare plant.
Man's a legend.
Curious this man becomes. She doesn't look like that's helped her in any way other than just going,
Ew.
why would he keep plants then? If he's busy when's he got the type? And also that type of plant is notoriously difficult to actually make work. What?
The presence of Thane, in some ways, once the knowledge of, say, a local law enforcement gets out that this town is safe, it's very difficult to penetrate. So his work, as soon as that knowledge is out there, is 70% done.
She kind of just nods,
The other
like,
30,
that makes sense.
The other 30% will still chance their arm, and it's that 30% that we believe, deals with very, very quickly.
Kind of just nods. Yes. It puts like her hands on. Goes, convinced it's fine. This is somewhat hard to swallow, but you'll find that out at dinner, I'm sure. Dwarven cuisine is somewhat more robust than what I imagine you're used to. Chuckles to herself a little. Right. Well, and she says, if you have communication methods with this Sir Ethan, try and communicate to gain any insight into the situation possible. I'll be sure to expedite the like gestures with the ring. I'll be sure to expedite this if this was indeed your methodology. She kind of just like turns a bit to herself, looking at the ring. Sure, Inkstone still sitting outside those doors, and she like just wanders off, like kind of just thinking, process, muttering. Hasn't said goodbye, alright. Just slowly just left her hammer on the chair and stuff. Just wandered off, thinking to herself with the ring. Deep thought. Very casual.
Probably is like a bow. They leave.
And like obviously as you sort of like occasionally say like bye or whatever. Oh yeah, enjoy your stay. Like waves politely as if, you know, if spoke, so done.
Falkwin enjoys her directness.
Back in second.
Yeah, no worries. Well, yeah, I think we'll just take our break here, because why not? Yep, it's back in 10 minutes, everybody. See you in 10 minutes. Okay, so visuals should be up. So should audio if somebody here can speak as well. Great. Anyone?
Dropping things, don't worry.
Speaking.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're
Perfect.
I feel like I've come. There we go.
So yes, good hello and welcome back to part 2 of part 3 of the Last of the Summer Elves 4th arc in the Cascade series I'm doing. It is the 26th of October 2024. Are the players because I am Viktor the G.
Almost.
Smooth as butter. Dwarven butter. Do we have Falkwin?
Oh, he's frozen.
He's all frozen.
I thought he was thinking really hard for a second.
Yeah.
It's okay. Go for it, Kalli.
Okay. Hi, I'm Kalli. I play Ignysera, who is a dragonfolk warrior who bears a halo of fire.
Good evening, my name is Alexander, and tonight I'll be continuing to play Lockheart Dourf, who is an empathic speaker who interprets thoughts. The exact sort of person you want to interpret thoughts.
Hi, I'm still Hannah, and I am still playing Myr'ra Pentergast, a Helborn Adept. Probably nearer to shedding her skin than we're all comfortable with.
Shall I let Falkwin go now? Yeah, on you go.
Sure. Yeah. Hi, I'm Sean. I'm playing Falkwin, the mystical speaker who keeps a magic ally.
And last but not least, I'm Chris. I'm playing a half-elven explorer who likes to infiltrate called Nori Nediam. Got it.
Yeah, go look at that.
So, we have 5 people here on Act 4, Episode 3, Part 2.
And it's one
Of
Of
this-
a one shot.
Of this one shot, yeah, as literally as about to say.
That has to be the episode
That's
title, right?
great.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1 shot? Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm. I feel like that could be the finale title, though, right? Like, just of this entire
Aw.
cascade nonsense. And that's a one shot, folks. Hey,
4
it's not,
years
I
later.
was going to say, it's not 4 years yet. It's not 4 years yet. Still got time. Yes. Anyway, yous have been taken to obviously attendant Dork and Inkstone. I'm assuming yous have mentioned that yous don't have any living arrangements made in because yous don't, to my knowledge. So yeah, yous get assigned to some kind of accommodation. We're asked how many yous were.
There was 5 of us, yes? We want 5 rooms.
Yeah, 5.
I mean, I think we have
3,
shared
2.
rooms in the past.
We're in a royal palace. They can afford to give us our own room.
Mhm, they've got rooms.
Yeah.
So yeah, you get
Dwarven rooms.
you get assigned a room each then for the evening. So yeah, it's probably effectively something like you should have probably got here in the morning. By the time he's faffed around in town, it might have hit like lunchtime. So it's probably around lunchtime. There's probably like snacky food, like fruits and stuff, and maybe various cuts of meat, like that are just like sat on like little platters in your rooms, as if these have clearly been prepared for like nibbling on. But yeah, these are essentially just left to it. Attendant Stone does say that if you require anything, mention to one of the palace guards and they'll come fetch him, basically.
Are the rooms guarded or are they just
The entire
in
palace
general?
is guarded, so you don't have to move far to get to a guard. The end of your corridor probably has a guard stationed there. But there are no guards in the rooms, and all they're not standing outside the rooms like user prisoners. They're just in places guards would make sense to be.
Before he goes, can I ask him a few things?
Yeah, of course you can.
So just
I have no time for your question. No.
basically, like, yeah, what's the plan tonight? Like, we've been invited. Like, have we been invited for dinner with Her Highness, or have we will get fed tonight?
Oh, there's no formal arrangements for any royal banquet. You will be provided a meal and halls. Did you wish me to ask the Queen if she would be in attendance?
She mentioned music.
You wish to be entertained while eating? He's just asking, like.
Is there anything that you'd recommend?
And like goes, have a particular period of dwarven history you like?
I'm always fascinated to learn from people who enjoy what they are telling. So,
Jewish are most enthusiastic singers.
Yeah.
See, but you don't care about the period in which they're singing about.
if it's the period that they sing of, they would enjoy the most. Enjoy that.
This is a most unusual request, yet an easy one to accommodate. Anything else?
What time should we be expected?
When do you hunger?
I'll look at the bigger members of the party. Just be like,
I'm always hungry.
I feel like with Riven, that was a
Yeah.
covers like vein lead.
Could be arranged within an hour, maybe two. Somewhat delayed, however. It's quite short notice, but if several hours, perhaps I could arrange something.
I was going to use like sundown as a good measure, but where we are, maybe that doesn't work so well.
It's also a lot later in the day, sundown here. So, yeah. I mean, you did come from, obviously, sunny Denk. Denk's quite the country. Despite, this being quite wintry up in the higher parts of the mountains, like Dagda Cathera is windy, but very bright.
High up.
Yeah.
So
I would use
more
some
sun.
reference that they would understand, that everyone would understand, that Alexander might not.
Yep.
For evening time.
Yeah, well, that's why he says, like, I can arrange something for the evening.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
I'll be sure to send someone to collect you and.
If we have time, is there anywhere that we could visit in the city that you would recommend?
What are your interests? Do you like architecture? Smithing? Do you like martial arts?
I have already visited the library and your administrative building, so that's fascinating to me. So I will gesture to some of the other people, like, "What do you guys want to watch?" Because I already got to see the cool things for my interest.
This is Sean speaking. This is not Falkwin speaking. The dwarves are very hard to deal with, from what I gather so far.
Pretty hard disagree. They've been great to deal with.
I
He's
mean,
going to give us music and actually.
I think they're great to deal with in a business-like sense. That you can just say, "This is what I want. This is what I'm willing to do. This is blah blah blah. Yep, done. Easy, direct, blunt, nice. I like it." But by the same token, I don't know, what are we trying to achieve right now, I guess. Play just a moment.
Right
Past
now,
a couple of hours.
yeah, we have
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's what the dwarves seem to be not great with. It's like, if I don't have an idea of what I want to do, I don't think the dwarves are gonna.
Yeah, if it's not focused. So basically,
Yeah.
we'd be as well saying, are we free to wander around and stick our noses and have a look around?
Yeah, and I was just asking him if he had anything he'd recommended.
And he mentioned the most dwarven-y things I could possibly think of.
Yeah.
Yeah. And again, I feel like, and sorry to say this again, but if we had Riven like smithing, I feel like we would have also done that. But I just don't think there's anyone in the group that actually cares that much about that.
I mean,
I was going to say
And again,
only Aluben.
yeah, Aluben likes architecture.
Architecture and smithing. Like, Aluben's an artifact gal. Same with Falkwin.
But also, if Ignysera wanted to go and go to the gymnasium and
Just lift some weights, just do some workout, watch some people fight.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
and that's like literally, if it was up to Lockheart, we would go to like the administrative building. But we've already been there, so
we've done a
That's
Disney
why.
World tour so far. Like, what's next on
and the
everyone's
library.
list?
So that's why I did just want to open it to the.
But no, like, I also take like Sean's point of, do we want to learn more about dwarves, or could we move on? Basically, right? Like, is there other stuff we could be doing, rather than killing time? Learning about dwarven culture, fair enough, cool, padding, etc. But also, if it's not something you want to do, then you don't need to. Remember, we can skip days and weeks. We have that.
I think we should probably all hide in a room and have a talk.
Yeah. So what is our sort of short, medium, long-term goals right now? We've got our 3 items that we need to get a hold of. The dwarves are taking care of one of them for us. We need to acquire one of the blossoms, and we need to get to the dinosaur island. We're doing the blossom first, is what I think the plan is right now. And the blossom is either going to be with Sir Ethane or in Caldera, is the current thinking. Well, not with Sir Ethane.
It sounds
but
so efficient the way you're saying it, Sean, but there's about 40 side quests you have looked at in between those.
Yes, that's why I'm doing the spine first. But then, so Sir Ethane might know where some are, maybe back at his home or something. And Sir Ethane is also doing the refugee caravan thing, which we have agreed to help with. So that sounds like it makes sense. And it also gets...
You've only agreed to help, but like you say, we'll speak to Threem and we'll offer help, is what you've said. You haven't technically committed to anything, just in case you feel locked in, because you're not. That is just you've reassured Margot saying, we'll go help them, it's fine.
I want to do the side quest.
Yeah.
Yeah. Murder tunnels.
Murder tunnels sound fun. And also, like, I feel like we're naturally heading up that way, like the murder tunnels, and then I feel like we head north is the idea in my head.
But the murder tunnels will be heading south.
Sure, but it's sort of like we're here, the murder tunnels are there, and then Sin is up here. So like, even though we're having to go this sort of snaky path, we're still trending upwards.
I think the point Alexander's making is you're going to go effectively to potentially Voros to get into the tunnels with Sir Ethane. Then going to snake your way through them to get the refugees at the other side that are in Caldera. Then you're going to come all the way back to Voros with them.
I actually thought we were going to meet Sir Ethane at the entrance.
You're just going to make
on the
arrangement with Sir Ethane,
Caldera
because you still need to tell Sir Ethane you're coming.
Yeah. And he doesn't love talking to us telepathically.
I believe his exact
certainly not me anyway.
His exact instructions were, if it is important, feel free to contact me. That's what he said. It wasn't exact words, but it was the gist of what he said. Right.
Unless we've resolved the situation without needing to escort the refugees, maybe we find the culprits before Sir Ethane even picks up this load.
So, like,
that'd be efficient.
Running through the tunnels screaming, "We are innocent travelers, so vulnerable, our fronts and backs."
Something like that, yeah.
So stabbable and lovable.
The vanguard.
Oh no, I'm wondering.
So you think can guard the refugees, and we could be sort of poking ahead and trying to sniff out some cave rats.
I feel Nori at the moment is, for a change, going to just go and sit in his room. As was discussed, he's got this niggly feeling that he knows something. So he's He's going to go into a quiet repose and just disappear into the room for a little while, just to think on something's been triggered.
So yeah, like, is
But
there
not
anything
sure
like
what.
if the scene is that you're in your room yourself because you are killing time for whatever you have decided that we can come back to and decide in a second, but we know at least that Nori will take time aside. So does Nori do anything specific, like while they're in like isolation? Anything you're wanting to roll? Anything X, Y, or Z? Is there anything to interact with that way too?
Problem is, I don't think I've really got.
Well, remember, if you're
anything.
trying to redo a roll that is feasibly something you could have a second go at, this doesn't involve re-rolling, because using XP means the thing you did didn't happen and you're trying it all again. That's why you spend XP to do that. Which means if you spent 50 might to do something, you don't have to spend another 50. Technically, you're spending the same 50 because you spent XP, right? Whereas, if it's something you could reasonably try a second time, let's say it was pushing a door open, didn't manage to push it open the first time, but there's no reason why you couldn't have a second go at it. The only thing that happens is it becomes one level more difficult. Have another go. Have to pay everything again because you're not doing that time. Yeah, that makes sense. So these are mechanics you can use, and I don't think there's anything wrong with someone sitting and having a quiet moment, reflect on some stuff to then have a stronger think about things. Like, now that I've not got a whole bunch of distractions around me or being talked at, what? So if you wanted to have a second go at it, you could totally have another go. And obviously, because it's another go, you still get to decide how much effort, etc. you put into it. But just note that it will be one level more difficult than the previous. Even though you didn't know what difficulty is. That's for my reference point, really.
Mm-hmm.
So really, don't be afraid to just chuck effort into it. Like, that's something I've been finding. It helps a lot more when you just throw it all in.
For effort on mind reading, like, yeah.
Yeah, I think I am. I think it'll be meditation, re-roll it again. Think on. Yeah. I think so.
Why not? Give it a go.
Difficulty unknown. I'm going to put in both my effort.
Okay.
Asset. Lockhart, come and talk to me for a minute.
This reminds you of the time.
We may come to that in a minute, but we'll see.
Or I can delete some of your memory of...
Get the clutter out the way. Keep in mind, though, this is a higher roll, right? Because we're adding 6 to that. So it's a 9, not a 7, last time. So it is a higher roll. And a 9 gets you, what, a difficulty 3?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, as you've sat in isolation a bit, you know there are details that you need to go back and find out. Details would probably be in like whatever the local sheriff equivalent law enforcement station in Bridge over Whitewater would be. But you remember like vague details. It was a while ago now, obviously, that parents were killed. You're pretty sure your dad had these similar rules. Mum didn't, though.
Okay.
Yeah, it was a very weird crime scene. You were very young at the time, so obviously.
Yeah.
And
that's
you
why
also
I'm struggling with it. Yeah.
And you did your best to run from a lot of that. So, but as you're thinking back, going, this is ringing a bell. I know there's a connection. I don't know what it is entirely, but that sounds like what happened to my dad. Not sure though. Vague said, but there'd be a record of that somewhere in River Whitewater.
Okay. Once we get back together, I will translate that to all of you guys, but until then.
I wonder if there's some faction in the background of the world working to undermine racial harmony. You know, this is like refugees of the demons and
being supported by
dwarves and humans.
They're not even refugees of the demons; they're demon refugees.
Yeah. Well, yes, being helped by humans and dwarves, and then that was with elves and humans falling in love and so on. Interesting thought. Interesting thought.
I mean, it is, especially since like the second arc did culminate in learning that the humans and dragons had a kid as well. So. So, anyone else wanting to do anything else like away from the group, or is everybody back up? Sounds like we're meeting back up. So
No, nothing.
if you had wanted to wander or whatever, you could have done that in like some downtime or whatever, but also just munching on some stuff will probably a reasonable thing to happen. Nori, do you want to tell them at dinner or do you want to tell them before dinner?
I think actually after a couple of beers, I think it would kind of slip out.
Okay, yeah. So
does that make? Because I'm going to go again. I'm going to let this play in my mind. I'm going to be not my usual jovial self. So you'll start asking me what's up and things like that, I suppose. And then after I start relaxing, I will explain the situation.
Yeah. So I'll set it up for you. So like dinner gets presented to you guys. You're in quite a big fancy hall, clearly meant for like quite a lot of guests, but it's probably you guys and then some more curious dwarven nobility that have decided to be like, oh well, I was free, so I've come along to eat. Clearly, it's been attendant next door that has like done his best to try and fill some seats. People that will probably just talk about themselves a lot rather than anything else. So he's done that. He's also then
Lockheart would listen.
And he's came up to you, Lockhart especially, and he says, now I've managed to find 2 people under the short notice for the music. One's a lot more raucous and colourful with their singing than the other. But another one is somewhat more passionate about the details they sing of. I don't know which one you'd prefer, but I figured I'd offer both since they were free short notice. Cannot speak to their overall quality, given that they were free. Last.
I'm doing it for exposure.
Oh no! Oh no! That's a swear word.
Is that how it works in Labratis then? I see. But yeah.
Gives like both at the same time.
Like dueling dwarf songs, yeah. One that's quite rowdy and the other one that's like a stickler for accuracy.
Well, I think we would thank the one who's stickler for accuracy for his time and effort, but we will have the other one to.
Yes, the raucous one. Yes, perfect.
The fun one.
Yeah. But yeah, these were both considered people that were passionate about their music, so that's who were picked. So yeah, as the dinner goes on, a lot of the nobility that have turned up, which is like maybe like 5 people, they seem to initially go, oh, I can't believe this is the kind of entertainment they put on for guests here. No wonder the Queen hasn't attended, because they're singing about the busty dwarf lady that went off the mountains and came back with some children, and they're like, well, what happened? Are these like the mountains kids? Like, it's just some randy song. Various like kind of very tongue-in-cheek kind of little half stories that always leave the punchline empty, so that you have to be the one that has the naughty thoughts. So that's kind of the overall jovial kind of nature of this. And after like the 3rd song, that's when some of the nobles have clearly chilled out or got drunk and are like then filling in the blanks as the blanks are left there, just filling in the naughty statements. So yeah, during that obviously raucous chorus, I guess like, do you want those nobles to have left by this point? Do you want to like have it where everyone's maybe deep in their cups tonight, Nori, or would you just talk to your gang while they're all like celebrating the songs as it's going on? Like, what would you? When's Nori's moment?
I think as the alcohol's taking effect, I don't think I'd care who was round about us. I mean, they're
not really paying attention at this point anyway, right? Like,
yeah,
they're more into the, oh, we can actually cut loose here protocols out the window a bit. Like, it can just be drunk assholes, like, basically. So yeah.
That's what I'm hoping. I'm imagining dwarven beer and dank ale are two entirely different things in strengths.
Yes, I think the smell hits you first with the food and the kind of mead that you get served, and it's hard to say what one's runnier because they're not. They're very stout. Dwarven cuisine is tough. Yeah.
Yep.
Pungent. Tough
And I think
pungent.
I would turn around and say, "Sorry, guys. I'm not much fun tonight. There's something on my mind. As you know, I've been kind of reticent in telling you the full background, my full background. But these killings in the tunnels, they're so familiar to me. I was young, but I'm sure this is the way my father was murdered, with a stab wound to the front of the heart and one to the back as well. I'm almost sure, but I would have to look deeper to make sure. But I'm almost sure this is how my father was killed.
When was your father killed? And I'm sorry to hear that.
When I was young, maybe 4 or 5 years, I fled from the scene, and this is how I ended up in Denk. I fled. I believe I've been hunted. I've always thought I was hunted down. Why? I'm not sure. Why my mum and dad were killed, I don't know, but I'm almost certain this is the same way that my father was murdered.
And 2 notes there for people. One, when Nori was 4 or 5.
Yeah.
Not 4 or 5 years ago.
Yeah.
And only saying his dad was killed. That did say
Yeah.
both parents were killed
Mm.
as well.
I'm sorry if this is rude, but how old are you?
Yeah. My heritage lets me hide a lot, but I'm 24, 25, coming on 25.
Okay, those would have happened like 20 years ago. So these murders have potentially been going on for.
And I've been hiding ever since.
And not to be insensitive, but you are half-elven, yes?
Yes. That's why I only look about 16.
Which of your parents was elven and which was human?
My mother was the elf. Very beautiful, I believe.
Indeed. It strikes me that these are all murders that have the method of killing in common, as well as the fact that they were committed against people, I suppose, promoting cross-racial harmony. In that your parents were an elf and a human, and this is demons coming to live in the human civilization.
But targeted or random?
Hard to say.
And if that was something you objected to, surely Cascade City would be your target. Not a more shining beacon of interracial harmony.
Myr'ra's going to try and like hug Nori. And it kind of like, this helped me when I felt sad.
Grapple.
But kind of very,
20.
very awkwardly. Because she's quite awkward. And just be like, I'm really sorry. That sucks.
Must have been a very difficult time for you, Nori.
More of the story is, you know, the distance involved between the capital, Denk, and my home, I was in the wilds for a while. I learned to hide. This is where my skills come from. It was when I arrived at the capital and tried to tell people, the guard, I was cast aside and learned to live on the streets, and again, my skills were honed even further. It's hard to, when you've lived in the wilds, to convince people that you're actually of somewhere and of something. I need to investigate this further.
Falkwin, during that story as well, you can even feel Ben acts with sympathy. There's no like words or anything said, it's just a kind of like a very much a case of that's shit type sentiment.
The moodstone turns red.
Answer unclear, shake and ask again later.
Yeah, I'm now going to swallow some more beer and get very, very drunk.
Yeah, like pat on the shoulder.
Yeah, go clap a big like hand on his back. Like,
Everyone just slides more beer mugs in front of you, yeah.
I propose a toast to your parents' memory.
The nobles, like, obviously turning on, oh, yeah!
A toast, yes! A toast to
really,
what?
Yeah, to the thing!
To the singer.
To Nori's parents.
You now know more of my backstory than I was ever going to share.
It's good though.
It's now an opportune moment here.
So, the night passes. I guess there's that scene of everyone kind of passed out drunk in the hall. And
I'm dancing on the table.
And like in walks like a door kind of still and goes, oh, thank heavens, I thought for a moment it had all wandered off. Have you been here the whole night?
Yes, come and join us. Come and join us.
No.
Oh,
We should be going, but you should possibly clean up first.
Yes, of course. Let us get to.
I was told to return this to you. It's like a little box.
Very kind.
Just opens up with a note. In Dwarven, of course. I don't know if you can read Dwarven.
Not yet.
With compliments of Queen Margot. And yeah, it's your ring, obviously. So, Queen Margot has sent out a hunting party for Everapta some days before we find a good specimen. Specified that it is to be captured alive, which would require you to transport this, yes? And you've asked for some kind of transportation.
yes, that's correct.
Yeah.
Ken nods. He goes, like he's tapping a bunch of parchment he's like carrying us. And you're also to liaise with the Count of Thoros from my notes. Are you taking word to the Count?
Oh, no.
This is becoming very like Sesame Street taking Big Bird to the Count. Like
Who's going to learn to count?
one.
Van! Van Everapta.
Could the bird be delivered live to the main branch of the Arcanatrix in Cascade City?
Of course.
That would probably be best.
Are they expecting it?
They can be.
Then they should be. He kind of just nods.
Yeah.
And, like, you start scribbling some notes and scoring out other notes, and kind of like he looks happier with himself. Like that's what he wanted to happen. on his
Mhm.
his papers.
Good.
Are you triple somewhere in particular? Simply the
Us?
archaeopteryx. Yeah, that's what he's talking to you.
Oh, yes. If you could address it to Sierra Bronzeleaf with our
Bronzebark,
compliments.
Nods. It's definitely bronze bark, but don't worry.
Pardon me. Silverleaf, Bronzebark. Yeah, sorry.
Nope, silver thorns.
Gold.
Ah, Gold Leaf.
Gold leaf, silver thorn, bronze bark.
Yeah.
Iron root.
Iron root.
Sorry, Elben.
Just like grumbling, like no one offered me beer. But yeah, so he kind of nods and goes, Sierra is spelt.
Oh, Ceara. Or Caera.
Scribbles down. Nods.
One of them. I give him the correct spelling.
Yeah.
Falkwin would go.
No, you got it right first time, yeah, from what's in
Yep.
Discord at least. And yeah, he nods, like, please. And he goes, you're still free to avail yourselves of Dagda Cathera, of course, but please attend to your morning rituals. He says very politely, and like rubs his nose a bit, and leaves.
If we wanted to go to Voros, what would be the quickest route from here?
And like raises an eyebrow and thinks, and goes, "What are your methods available to you?"
We have horses.
We do have horses.
I point at my feet.
And he goes, the safest route would be to go back down trade line to Cascade City, south into Deck, east to Voros, Hug, and
You say safest.
Quickest.
quickest would be to leave by the southeast gate of Dagda Cathera into the mountain itself, which I'm led to believe leads out onto the southern send. Travel east to Voros. However, are you adept?
And you have an
Know a
elytra.
few mountains. I've done a bit of that.
Where his spectacles all sort of falling up and down.
I think Falkwin could figure out mountaineering. Maybe with some magical assistance.
Alu Ben's last skill could have been that she was really into mountaineering. But yes. Did you pick the last skill? Did that happen last session? I can't remember.
Yes.
What was it you picked?
Alchemy researching artificery and architecture.
Cool. Perfect. Bit of a stretch for a mountain, but yeah. So I'm researching how we're falling with practicals all the way down.
Yes.
So yeah.
Your speed is increasing quadratically.
So
neglecting air resistance.
These all give him, I guess, fairly confident looking looks to varying degrees. Because, yes, perhaps the trade route. Kind of just nods as if it's probably the better route, guys, but he's not being forceful or anything, he just doesn't necessarily think. Shall I make arrangements for a particular departure? He says very carefully.
Maybe we'll discuss it over breakfast.
Would you like the hall clean? Hear the moans of some nobles background that are clearly still like KO'd.
Yes, I'm sure they've got homes to go to. I look concerned.
And he just nods and goes, no doubt, if they were to rest longer, their servants would come. Kind of, again, rubs his nose and I guess head back to your rooms, get yourselves washed up for the day ahead. Obviously, have your breakfast in a hall devoid of anybody else. Yeah. So what's the plan now, guy?
I mean, can we have a roll just of making friends with some of the dwarven nobles?
Sure. Yeah.
Right.
Roll a d6. Made friends with 4 of them.
That's not bad.
So many friends.
4 of it. Oh, friends. You may need to convince them that you did actually meet them, based on how you've got. But yeah, for the most
But we
part,
know intimate secrets.
When you
about
meet
them
someone
well.
on a night out and you end up being like best friends
Yeah.
for that night.
Yeah.
But yeah, like
Who are you?
you might know some of their like personal tea, right? So
Mhm.
their opinions about other dwarven nobles and stuff. Yeah. So yep, I've got four dwarven noble friends. I'm sure possibly couldn't be totally plot relevant at all in the future. Definitely not. We know how this world building stuff works. But yeah, so what's your plans now? Like you've had your breakfast. It's probably approaching. Not quite afternoon, but it's getting there. Still morning.
What is our urgency on reaching Varus?
We'll remind
Do we-
Lockheart now has a functioning ring.
Mhm.
Communicate. Likewise, you could update Sir Ethane.
Yeah,
I could also check. Could check everyone's status.
You're going to be great on this
See.
escort mission, right?
Yeah. Just constantly like they're all okay.
Yeah,
They're all
because
okay.
you can upcast it, right, to get a lot of people. So
Yes. Yes, something mad.
it is
Like I think if I just
stupid, from what I remember. Because I think it's 10
Yes.
people normally, and I think you can upcast
Yes.
it to be.
like if I spend 5 intellect points, I can do 20. And for every 1 intellect point more, I get another 10 people.
So
for 6 I get 30.
and it could be between like
Yeah.
30 and 50 people roughly. So
Yeah.
yeah, you could literally
Yeah,
be
I've got an
like,
edge of
"How's-"
3. So
Yeah,
it's doable.
Mhm.
But yeah, I could check in on so if they're awake and stuff before we message, so that we don't waste potential ring bells. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
I'm going to check the state of. It's wild. It takes if I just do it at the base level, it takes no intellect points. It's
Yeah.
just free.
It's
So,
such a great
let-
ability.
Mad. Let's do Surrey Thane and KT.
Okay. Yep.
And then I'll also, for shits and giggles, check in on my grandma. Maybe she's got a vibe of what the mood in Caldera is like. My mum and dad. Who else would we like to check in on? Because I would say like Riven and Hilda, just to see how they're getting on. Check they're all okay.
I mean,
They've not been murdered.
they are only 6 and 7. So
Oh, I've got 3 more.
Yep.
I will take this opportunity. So there's a drawback of these rings in that you can't hear a reply, can you?
This is check status. So this I just get like a 1 word like
Okay,
those
cool.
Facebook statuses were like so and so is cool. It's like that.
So it's on the expensive side. Although actually I have an edge of 3, so it's only going to cost me 2 intellect. I have a skill which allows me to get much more reply from them now.
Cool.
That being distance viewing. Where as long as they are somewhere that I have been before, then I can put my eyes, ears, and nose in that place.
Ooh.
Wow.
So It would require knowing where they are right now, though. So if you can't get that information off of them, then maybe it doesn't work after all. I might have jumped the gun there.
You're still good to share what your capabilities are, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah.
I think this is just more checking in to check they're like awake and aware before we start messaging people.
Are
'cause I
you
think it
telling
does-
us you're doing this, or are you just going to do it?
I think I'd tell you guys because I think Myr'ra is aware that it's a bit weird, and she's aware that she's not asking the consent of the people that she's checking their
And you
stations
know
on.
that Myr'ra can do this because, like, very specifically, she kept an eye on you when you went into the Grand Council room again when you were scouting ahead, Nori. So, like, you are aware she has the skill. And again, we've got that, like, 2 weeks bubble of when Ignysera is working with you guys. And I don't think we said this, Hannah, but we just agreed that it only took a day for you guys to basically tell Falkwin everything, including Chiral. So we may as well just have told Kalli everything as well, like, including Chiral, just to...
Well, they're kind of no, we're really secretive. Oh no, actually, we've told you everything.
We told everything straight away.
Yeah.
Well, that's the question. Are you brave enough to try it on a Fae?
Oh, that's an interesting. Would I have tried it already? I've had this power now for a while.
I mean, I don't think you've used it on...
No.
Have you though?
I can check my list. I don't think
please
it does ring a bell.
It does, yeah.
Big.
I think you have added... So I've got the list here. So the last list I've got written down, we've got Hedera, we've got a word that looks like taxidermy, so I'm just going to assume that must be Gensler Talanis. Yep.
Yeah.
Mom, Dad, Katie, Serithane, Modesta Lara, Master Duel, Sun Emperor, Moon Empress was the first list.
All sorts of people.
And then we've got...
I don't know if I have used it on.
So the next list that I've got for you doesn't have... Got QB, so that's Quilburn.
Quilburn, yeah.
Vermi, Samda.
This is when everyone
Loudon,
was unconscious.
Yep. Vermi, Samda, Loudon, Joy, Snowstorm, Hedera, Talanis, Pride, Margot.
Yes.
So that's the two lists I've got written down. And I don't think we've used it since then, right?
No. I think I brought it up to Bran and Al in I've got this thing. Can I do it to you? Or is that a bad plan?
Right, so we get 3 slots open, right? So far I've got Katie, Ethane, Bran, Mum, Dad, Riven, Hedera. It's the 3 slots.
Anyone else we fancy? I'm not going to check it on Modesta Lara again because she's creepy. She knew I did it.
What was it you wrote down as well? That do not like.
Oh yeah, walk through the forests of others.
Yeah, other people's minds. Yeah.
Yeah. Terrifying.
Well, we love Modesta Lara, right? That's our favourite NPC. Right, MD, want to check on MD's?
Yeah, anyone else wants to throw in a relative you'd like me to check on?
You have to have met them.
Let me read. I assume I have to be aware of them. Known to you.
Vague.
Known to her, which is the vague terminology they used.
Yeah.
I would say if you've not met them, but they're like worldly famous, like the way Samda was worldly famous,
you
could probably, because if you've like maybe seen them at like an event or something, you could maybe try and do it there. But I think if you've not, like, if it's like, oh, can you check on my, like, you know, Aunt Jean? It's like, well.
No, yeah.
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 If you have something sympathetically attached to someone, though, I'd probably be able to stretch the rules a little. So. I'm sure we've done that before. Like we tried that with Samda's hairbrush, did we not?
Yes.
Yeah, that went well.
Kind of, yeah.
Oh, it has went well. Look where you can manage to resurrect Samda down the line. So I'd say that turned out perfect. But yes, if there's nobody for these 3 slots, going once, going twice.
Wow.
Sold.
Nah, it's fine.
It's fine.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. Katie's unconscious.
Okay.
Because it's the morning.
It's daytime. Yeah.
Yeah.
Makes
sense.
Yep.
Yeah.
There's nothing from Serithane.
Oh, Eddie.
Your grand, so the impression you get from your grand is very busy. Like,
Is at least one of them pooping?
Like, frustratingly so, which is what I was going to say, which is now funny off the back of pooping. So yes, Gran is frustratingly busy. I guess Mum and Dad are fine. Like, yeah, just going about their usual business, picking, obviously, like, Cascade's fairly back to business as usual by now. So, yeah. Riven's let you know that they're fine. And Hedera's
I've probably been like, sporadically checking in on Riven anyway.
Like, and Hedera's like, leave us alone.
Yeah, fair.
Yep. Like, yeah. On vacation.
Yeah.
It's like, Riven will reply, do not allow her.
Yes, yeah. That's why I use check status and not message, because I'm always checking has been spamming. I hope you're having a really nice time.
Saying mental images of the meal they had last night. Like,
yeah. Okay. Well, now might not be a great time to message KT. He is asleep. Still nothing from Serethane, but that's not that unusual from him. So I don't think it's a cause to panic yet. Maybe we need to start messages to him with, "This is an emergency," because he did say we should only contact him in an emergency, or he said if it was important.
It was important. This is important.
It is important. Okay.
I don't think Nori would be in the frame of mind to want to message anybody. His head is hurting. His chin's down.
I'll give him some peppermint tea.
Nibbling at his breakfast.
Okay.
Well, if someone's messaging Serethane, I think it's between Lockhart and Myr'ra then.
I don't think it's a good idea for Lockhart.
Oh yeah. Okay.
You smelly in that armor?
Yeah, Lockhart Loki insulted Serethane to his face.
Also, just to clarify again, can we get replies on the rings, or is it still just a one-way message?
Oh, they're one ways.
However, some of the people have one-way
their
communication
own ways. Yeah.
Well, you're also messaging high up people that obviously have to keep in touch with a lot of people in the world for their positions. And because people don't travel around the world as much with like teleporting, like messaging is very popular, as you can imagine. And nobody's likely going to run a courier into Caldera.
Fair.
Yeah.
So you're saying there's a gap in the market?
100%, yeah. Not a single bird. So, what's her message to Serethane if we're sending one?
Okay, what do we want to say? I think it's, "Hi, this is an emergency.
We're coming to you."
We've heard about the attacks on the refugee roads, and I think if we phrase it as "we would like to come and support you," he's going to be like, "I don't need any support."
Like, I also don't know if we want to use the word refugee roads on a message.
Okay.
I
think this only goes directly into his brain, but yes.
That's
okay,
what we
secret.
Want to
That's
think.
what we think. Okay, they could be hacked. So true. So, we've been informed of your latest mission. And it aligns with our own goals. It's we're coming to Voros. Do we want to ask, is he still in Voros? Or has he already set off along the road? He might be on his way.
I suppose, yeah, if we want to ask his location or his...
Where could we meet you?
Bearings, yeah, where are we meeting? Where could we meet him?
Yeah.
Anyone adding anything else then to the message?
I don't care at the moment.
No, fair enough.
Yep.
He sounds like a cool guy and I want to meet him.
Yeah.
We've got a new friend. So my name's Myr'ra. She wants to meet you. Yeah.
Falkwin, anything
Okay.
to add? No.
Nope.
Nope. Cool.
No opinions.
Okay. Myr'ra will take her ring out and say, "Hi, Sir Thane. It's Myr'ra. This is important. We are in. I'm going to name the Dwarven city because I can't remember it right now.
Yep.
Amazing. Queen Margot told us you were going to help them with an important mission. It aligns with something we're also seeking. We'd like to help, and we want to know where to meet you. We were going to come to Voros. Is that what we should do? I don't think you can reply to these, but hello."
Okay. I think that's about 30 words, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
If it wasn't, it could definitely be condensed to that.
And yeah, you send that off, and then
Let's roll. It's a D10.
Yep.
Close. Close.
Wow, for like
strangely enough, that's what I rolled as well for going to Sir Thane.
These rings like to have the are they all set to the drama setting? Like
Yep.
Change the font back to Arial for God's sakes. But yes, so you finish breakfast, some time passes. And then there is a reply. Both to let me finish.
Oh, okay.
Both to Nori and Myr'ra. Nori's reply is just ooh. No. But yes, the replies you get clearly from Sir Thane because you know who the messages are from, and it said, "How fortuitous that I have arrived in Dagda Cathair this morning." And then and coordinates to meet them somewhere in town. It's not the royal court, obviously. Probably somewhere just at the edge of the trade quarter in like the the admin sector.
He's here.
That's almost suspiciously fortuitous.
It's probably like a tavern called the Galvanized Frog or something.
if Margot knew about this, she would be like, "Okay, what the fuck is up here?"
Or maybe he's coming to meet her because she offered him a job. Maybe.
Could be.
I mean, he has been tasked to like effectively deal with this on behalf of KT, as we know. So
we go see him.
Anything you want to do before that, or get straight to the galvanized frog?
I would like to ask: have we picked up our weapons again?
Oh yeah, like all your stuff was in your room.
Yeah, I'm just making sure.
No, it is an important question to ask, and glad it is good. But yes,
because I know it would get thrown back at us later.
Yep. You didn't pick up your
stuff. Back up.
I don't think I'm that kind of GM. But yes, no, that stuff would have been in your rooms when you got assigned rooms and stuff. It'd all been neatly placed in there.
Perfect.
So you've had that since. It was just when you met the Queen they were not allowed to be armed. So
I think we're getting that message back. My head is snapped back into
like business mode,
where it kind of should be. The realization that whoa, okay.
But yeah, and it was this almost like it was tailored so it made sense to the message you sent basically, but ultimately it was mostly saying let's discuss things in person. Is the gist of the message really? It was how handy you are both looking for me and yet I'm here. But yeah, if nobody's got anything particular they want to do, you just gear up and then head off to trade quarter and look for the galvanized. And yeah, you find the tavern there. It's surprisingly busy for this early in the day, but here we are. Again, Dwarven City doesn't really seem to sleep much. Can be constantly busy. Also, traders are coming in at all hours anyway. so the trade quarter's always bustling. The admin half, which is just kind of, a couple of streets away, probably not as lively necessarily, but that's probably because everyone's indoors writing. So yeah, you just get there, and I mean, you just walk in, and the stench of stale ale your noses. I would say it was a sobering scent, but it's not. So yeah, just maybe brings up the reminders of the hangovers you might have been nursing. And it's very easy to spot the one person who is like 6'5" in this place of dwarfs, in their black armor, just sat at a table awkwardly in the middle of a room with a bunch of people that have sat against the walls and stuff, giving us several tables of a gap. Yeah, like Slay's, I guess, approach.
Not my normal self. I will walk over to him and put out my hand to shake his, just for bringing me back to my sobering self.
Yeah, like Sarathane stands when he noticed you guys. He puts his hand out for you, but you're kind of like bracer style, like shake. It's kind of like once it is. It appears that our paths align once again. Please sit. Gestures to the table.
We do.
Does he have a drink on the table?
Oh, nothing on the table. Does look like he's sat there. He's not even taking his helmet off. Helmet's still on.
Yes, he doesn't take his helmet off.
No. Sword on back still. Helmet on. Armor there. Yep. Sat. Looking the most awkward, like someone's dropped the wrong asset into this location.
I sort of choose to believe he's on a stool designed for a dwarf.
Oh yeah, 100%. As with all the stools here.
With your knees like up here.
And then he does say, depending on the nature of this conversation to have, and he looks around the room and says, I don't imagine the ears here pose a threat. However, if somewhere else you would like to speak, it would be best we start the discussion there.
Before we go any further, sorry, then, I believe you've met Falkwin in the past, but our new companion, Ignysera, she is journeying with us for the foreseeable future. Riven has gone on sabbatical with her wife.
Given recent events, that would be sensible. Recovery is
Indeed.
well met. Sarah?
I'm just going to stand to attention. But Sorry, Thane, I've heard many wonderful things about you.
There's like a kind of noise from inside the helmet. Like, it might come across a bit like a very quiet, it's hard to tell through the armor. It says, and if you travel with these companions, I imagine your stories are quite noble too. Like he stood when you stood as well.
Yeah.
You were offering assistance then. Do you thus far?
In attacks, a particular brand of violence.
Seemingly some kind of pattern to these 18 victims noted. Any relevant connections with each
I kind of look at Nori. And then if Nori isn't, you might say, we think it might be more than 18.
And then Sarathe's like helmet tilts in your direction. Can't raise an eyebrow, sadly, this way.
Because you know,
Your
where
eyebrow
I can't
goes-
see it.
Yeah.
Just like wiggling inside.
I will shake my head, not wanting to repeat the story from last night, and I'll say, I believe my father was murdered in the same way 20 years ago.
There is a very quiet pause, Sarithe, and then says, 20 years ago this is your
Yes.
father Calderan?
Yes. No, he wasn't. He was human.
That would have been,
He's like, yes.
Sorry.
that would have been a
No,
revelation.
sorry, no, he wasn't. He was human.
So, 20 years ago
Yes,
you said
no.
this happened. Your father was
Yes.
Calderan, and you say, no.
No, he was human.
I'm curious that the other victims were Calderan.
Do we know if these sort of murders have been reported anywhere else over the years, or is this just the 2 instances?
There have been various places. Search has only begun.
Want to put an end to this?
As do I. To ensure the safety of these passages, and while this problem, these passages are safe. You can kind of tell from the way he talks. It's not an emotional thing for him, as you know. Like, it's clearly he's been told this is what you should be doing, so he's clearly like, well, this is what I need to do. It's always very kind of businessy with Sarithe. The only time he ever really showed a lot of emotion was like the fact that you guys took out Farron. It was like, wow, basically. It's like, huh. Like, if he was less casual with how he stood with you guys, he actually stood a bit more like, actually, you might pose a threat. So yeah, definitely Sarithe will remember this. So for this, he doesn't again seem vested either way, other than the fact that this is what he's been used to doing. He's a professional, so he's clearly started his research so far. It says, from what I have discovered thus far, which is little, it seems like there were many buried reports of these types of killings within Caldera.
Only within Caldera? Nothing.
He does like a gesture with his hand. Said I have recently began researching
Yes.
this. I imagine that if this killer or killers have been active, or imagine 19, very naive, trust in.
So everybody's going to see a passion you've never kind of seen in Nori before rise up in him and turn around and saying, everything, I'm going to hunt this person down. I believe I've been hunted by them for a long time. It's time I turned the table on this. I'm with you.
Sarithe like looks down at the table for like a half beat, and then looks back up at you and says, perhaps your connection to this killer could prove useful in putting them out.
I'm happy to be the bait.
Ken just
I just
nods
want them
once,
dead.
like as if that's exactly what I was getting to. Says, however, I don't imagine that this killer is unskilled in the art of remaining elusive. Be putting yourself at great risk, and it would be a shame if you're to die with.
I have hidden skills too.
There is another kind of like, huh, from inside the helmet. A bit more like a laugh that time. Again, it's more of a, yeah, no shit, you took down a Farron. So, yeah, and keep in mind, he was beat up and knackered after fighting them. It's the worst you've ever seen him. And he says, do you have any particular yourself regarding this beyond your childhood?
We only heard of it last night.
Can
We know nothing more apart from, as you know, the tunnels. Very quietly, I say tunnels.
Yeah. Thing is that, like, you can tell, like, he picked this place because nobody seems to give a fuck. Like, it's only a handful of people in here anyway. Some of them look like they're sleeping on a table. Yeah. Like, people have probably been here from the night before. Yeah. It doesn't seem super duper busy, at least, or at least nobody's paying attention to the fact that a bunch of random people have turned up because you're in the trade quarter. It could be, you know, any kind of race that wanders in, really. And they're no stranger to tall people. Like, there are giants in the mountains, so they're no stranger to tall people. They just normally take their helmets off for a drink. Sorry, they didn't. Just to the.
And neither have we. We're not
No.
going to be very popular.
But likewise, nobody's approached you guys to offer you anything. Like, in case of maybe they'll leave if just like hanging. And do you get any questions for this moment? Anybody want to offer him any information either?
Do we want to mention here that we are also looking for a night bloom, or does that feel?
It's like, hey, do you have a night bloom? Because
In your backpack.
kind of just in case
Yeah.
you kind of like one. I don't know. Yeah,
Yeah.
I suppose do we want? Might as well ask.
Could be work may as well, right? You're at a table with him.
Mhm.
You're not currently running from monsters in the dark. So,
Yeah, in the tunnels, maybe not the best place. To...
by the way, mid-stabbing, whatever you're having to go up against, like, haven't had any of them night blooms? Taking the lead on that.
Falkwin's probably the one with the most interest in this quest and the one with the least cares about the rest of the situation. In the nicest possible sense. More like just he doesn't really care about the social pressure. Oh, we're looking for a night bloom. My friends tell me you're a very keen gardener and that you used to keep them. Do you still?
Why is it you require? Are you trying to heal someone?
No, well, I don't think so anyway. A friend of mine, well...
Are they useful for healing? Did we know that?
No, we didn't.
Oh.
Well...
Everyone's
maybe.
notebooks appear.
But anyway, a friend of mine is working on a research project, and she asked for our help in collecting some materials.
I see. And what is the nature of this research?
The agency moment, do we tell them? Researchers who are working on groundbreaking stuff tend to not like their like overall like.
Yeah, he's
like,
not like. Yeah, I think if we told like other Arcanatrix members, should maybe be hacked off. But if this gets to the night bloom,
Yeah,
probably
I think
not gonna mind.
if he knows there's a reason other than healing, that will also just make him not care. Whereas, I think him being like, are you secretly trying to heal someone? Which we are now, I guess.
Yes, we definitely are.
So 2 night blooms is on the
Yeah, I was going to say, so do we lie about how many we need now?
Oh, possibly, yeah.
She's working on a theoretical result called the Abrodak equation. She thinks she might have a solution to it, but she needs some particular materials to confirm this experimentally.
That remains theoretical, though.
Yes. That's why she needs these parts.
I see. So you believe this. Are you okay there, Alexander?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Add to the 30 conspiracy wall.
He's also a scientist, yeah.
Um,
He's also a researcher.
It says, I see. That is an interesting line of study. Not so versed in that area itself. I did tend blooms and relocated them to Vorts, the soil. Curious that my gardening is could imagine there's probably, if you could see under there, there's probably a cheeky smile on his face because this is odd that you guys keep popping up.
Yeah.
I could make arrangements for a sample of the plant. It would be wouldn't be able to grow its trimmings. Mentioned previously, gestures to the people who are back in Loudenhall. The plant acts as one entity. It looks like many. Trimming. That's why it's quite a difficult to maintain.
That's fine, isn't it? We just need the root and the petals.
Let's see. Are the
Because it's one entity.
petals would be trouble. The root part of
And you can't take a bit?
it would be tested. Part of your
Depends what it would be for. But probably not.
Where did you acquire your specimen?
It was some moons ago. Exactly. Seeds. It's a gift. Count.
So you didn't go on holiday to Sin, nice stroll up the volcano.
I mean, that's if you believe what he's saying.
Sure.
Does
I don't know how.
juice seeds?
Is that what you're asking? It says, under the right conditions, yes.
Yours?
Not set back with the planning. Seems like Count Threeman and myself not quite intensely warm. Loud enough. Patience, courage.
By the new queen? By the people of Loudenhall?
Kind of like Swanson said, as you are aware, former served somewhat longer than average time in office. Scale took throne. They reviewed the Queen. Difficult to explain the longevity. Count 3. Location was preferred. There's definitely strain on the word preferred. There was a case of, do you out the fact that a 647-year-old vampire has been mayor for possibly 100 years? Like,
You'll see why not.
Lockhart. Player moment. Not
Yep.
What documentation did you fill in after our mission there?
And very specifically, fire Mayor 3.
I don't
You know why he wants to go to lunch.
Yeah, I don't think Lockhart would have actually advocated firing him once he's there, but I think Lockhart would have been like, okay, we do just need to make sure that there is a check in the election cycle of has this exact individual been in this position and for how long. So while I don't think, given the way that things worked in the first arc, that he would have actually done anything against Threem, but as soon as if they're then doing a big checkup of just of everything in general for the new queen, then yeah.
Well, also, nobody complained about him being mayor, right? Everything in the town worked. He seemed like he
Good
cared.
job.
Yeah, like he did a good job. And you're like, well, why would we elect someone that do a bad job? Like,
Yeah, this is my point. Like, I never really, I wasn't around during that time, but it sounded like he's a decent guy and everyone was happy with him. So what's the trouble if he's a vampire?
he paid people
And
for their
technically, he has
blood.
been promoted.
I mean, technically, yeah.
Yeah.
His name's now just slightly more awkward.
Yes.
He's now CKT.
Yeah, CKT.
Count.
I love his name so much.
Count Katie.
Yep, Count Kitty.
From an administrative point of view,
Is there any other?
The efficacy was less important than just the idea of immortals governing mortals. That did not sit well with Lockhart, but it's the sort of thing that a lot of the bureaucrats would be like, ultimately we're all gonna die. You might not. That's not
Keep
great.
notes for
someone
when like Alexander finds a way to make Lockhart immortal and then takes office somewhere. Like, just keep note, folks. Just have to go up against him.
They found, say, power of some unlimited quantity.
So, is there something else that he had to answer? I feel like I had to still answer something else on that big list. So he said that he couldn't give seeds until the conditions were right, and if he moves the plant, it's going to take longer because it's going to set the plant back a bit. Because he's going to have to get it. He needs to prepare the soil in Voros and then move the thing. And he has to like technically tend it while it's on the move for like a couple of weeks up to Voros, or on Loudon Hall. But obviously, could give you this plant. But
it now sounds like they're useful for healing.
yes, it seemed like his exact go-to, like who you're trying to immediately.
Yeah. Does he know that?
You could ask.
I don't know.
I mean, what I mean by that is you don't have to say, by the way, we have like a dying fae. Like, you could still ask about the healing side of the plant without it being you've mentioned healing because he led with that, right?
Yeah.
Hughes didn't.
Because it's also like, would using it for healing destroy it as well? Like, are the roots involved in healing? Yes? Anyone have any objections? Or should I ask about the healing?
I think we would all like to know about the healing.
Yeah.
Lockhart, you looked like you were about to say something there. What was your...
No, I don't have objections to that. It would just be a follow-up of like... I don't want to cast aspersions to the Arcanatrix. But
why not? We're such a nice organization.
Could
could we be delivering it to them for other? Is this them like? Yeah, sure. We're doing the Aberdeen equation.
Well, yeah. She didn't
Don't
ask
look
for a
at
live plant, to be fair. So it doesn't sound like it was we're now giving them a live bird, which I kind of love. But she wasn't asking for like refilling potential. I think if she said, I need a live night bloom, there'd maybe be more like, yes, they're going to make more of them. And
I mean, they did ask for the root and petals, though.
yeah, so maybe she knows that kills.
On the other hand, is it a problem if we're increasing the availability of some incredibly powerful healing magic?
That's not what I was saying. It might not be for healing.
Yeah,
Like,
they might know another. Yeah.
Ah,
yeah, like
Yeah.
is this us giving them like just a load of plutonium? Like, you know, it's
Yeah.
it could be using
kinda
for
think
energy.
It is. Yeah. 'Cause
Or
they're
a
just
load of
there-
gems.
If you think of it as like the numbers game, we're replacing incredibly high numbers. So yes, we are giving them unobtainium.
It's basically, do you trust like implicitly the professor?
Falkwin.
I mean,
Falkwin and Myr'ra question.
yeah, I'm trying to remember what my actual relationship to Sira is. Is she just a benefactor? Is she a friend? Is she a mentor?
I think
It could be that I'm being screwed over.
you
but
led me to believe that she was going to be a friendly mentor. This is the phrasing. I wouldn't imagine that you would necessarily go for drinks, but if you had to go out together to acquire something and you got hungry, you probably would have ate together, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's the impression you can alter that, though. The new now can happen. But it's... The impression you got for her is just, you owe her a favour, a massive favour.
Yeah.
And this is a big ask. So whether she expects you to succeed or not is a different story.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, so yeah, friendly mentor, I think. That sounds about right.
And
That
keep in mind,
sums up
you all know that she's working on the Aberdac equation, which is... It has stumped people for, like, years and years and years, right? Like, it's... People have been trying to solve this for, like, centuries, right? So it's not like they're going, oh, can you just get me that one really normal ingredient to do this one really normal thing that's really easy? Thanks, keep back. Do you know what I mean? Also, it's a poison, not a potion. Like, yeah.
If the Arcanatrix are building a nuke and Seer is actually the villain, I'd be cool with that. I don't think it's likely.
1 second.
But I mean, so it would be really hilarious because Sierra's namesake is a character from Guild Wars 2, and that's literally her story.
Right, okay.
Oh.
So you have
Where
set
she
these wheels
was-
in motion.
where she was a researcher and super curious, and then she and her mentor, like the professor at the university, built this device that let her sort of see the future, see the truth, and it just kind of broke her mind and turned her insane, and then she became a war criminal.
Didn't you just pick up distance viewing?
I did, yes.
Okay. I'm not making a point, I'm just highlighting things you've said. Okay.
So if I like, I can spy on Sierra.
Just her eating sandwiches. Just Sandra O eating sandwiches.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
I kind of want to do it just because I know that would be all that I would get from it, because it'd be funny.
I will say the other two people that are very used to trying to do something very innocuous in my games, being Hannah and Kalli, who have occasionally tried to just fill the time with something very mundane.
Hello.
Yep. They have been led to learn that sometimes that can change a campaign.
I would also mention within this campaign, you don't know the level of the floor.
I think we lost you for a second or two there, Sean, but what I was saying is two of the people here have directly experienced doing something casual with an expected result and it changing the campaign path games. So someone thought, I'll just try and speak to this nearby tree, and then they got
happen.
Yeah. And then somebody else tried to walk through a tree, and that led to people fighting a demon from hell. And the other one led to learning there's a massive entity, possibly like a massive energy source underneath a city that was artificially made. Yeah, that wanted freed. Because everything wants
Fair
freed.
enough.
Yeah.
It was sad.
It was a sad tree.
It's a sad tree.
So when you say, I think all I'd get is her eating a sandwich, that's when you see her building the bomb.
Of course.
You know? But obviously you do have
wait
that power.
to do that till we're on our way to Dinosaur Island. Because if she is evil, I don't want to know until we're on our way to the dinosaur. Otherwise, there's no point in going to the dinosaur.
The other thing as well is, do you think people can casually distance view into the Arcanatrix?
Yeah, so this is the other thing. Distance view, it does have this limitation built in, where if the area is warded, I need to make a skill check in order to successfully view it.
Yeah.
Arcanatrix seems like it would have all sorts of wards against magical spying.
And probably more so given recent events.
Yeah, they've probably upped them.
So, but good to have that in the bag though, definitely. And at least if you're up against some kind of magical defense, you still get to roll through it, which is nice. Because you get to boost your rolls, etc. So, are we posing the question about healing to Ethane? Or are we... What's the plan, guys?
I think we'd ask how effective they are, yeah.
Just out of interest, because we didn't know it could do that. How does it heal? Does that also take the whole plant?
It's quite unusual for someone to know the use of a night bloom and know direct careless healing.
Well, you introduced me to them, so
It's like an understanding of.
Yeah.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah.
You should have told me.
Yeah.
Come on.
Like, oh yeah, that is my fault.
My brother in Christ, you were the one.
Yeah, because I don't feel like any of us knew, like
Nope.
none of us had heard of him before him.
Nope.
Yeah.
And it says, you can breath away from the next world. This would.
Oh. Okay.
It is not an easy to make. Consume the plant.
All right.
You can tell he is staring through, like.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
he's saying, "Are you sure?" Let's try someone.
We are. Just it was a different. They were in different circles. It's interesting to know they connect.
Which purpose ask me to give up this plant?
I think we're awkwardly looks at Falkwin and it's definitely not for your research. I'm so sorry.
I mean,
but maybe unwilling to say that to his face.
So this is the thing. Falkwin knows who you want to heal and why, and understands and gets it, but definitely doesn't feel qualified or that it would be appropriate for him to make any arguments on behalf of that.
Yeah. Because you know of the weight that involves Chiral, but you'd never met him or anything, so.
Mm.
And like same with like Ignysera as well. Like you've been looked on the sheer weight that a Fae still in this world would mean.
Mm-hmm.
Yet this one seems to have been super duper friendly and also quite instrumental in helping uncover the fact that Pride was masquerading as like, yeah, there are a lot of things a bit odd about the whole situation, and they seem to have been imprisoned by their own kind. Those are details you would know, as well. So, yeah, obviously, quite a bit of weight narratively for the gang, but yes. Serathina waits a response.
Yeah, look around and then kind of like commit to the.
Yeah, I'm just gonna give a curt nod towards you.
I think the healing is definitely more pressing. Nothing else has worked.
See. Do you prefer that I prepare this potion?
If you know how.
It would be difficult to teach. I imagine quite a short this individual is in need of something that's potent.
We do have a master alchemist in the party.
Are you saying that as Sean or as
As Sean,
okay,
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That is true.
Just
Alubin is like, and so like by connection, you have studied alchemy. Like, you are alchemists.
we did successfully make a
a level 7, I think it was.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
very good, very good. You managed to interface with one of the like hardest to understand objects in this world, being the demon blade, right? Like, people have tried to study these weapons, remember, for like 900 years, and nobody's got anywhere, because mostly the people having them don't want people to learn about them. But like also being brave enough to then connect your mind to the one that makes souls inside it is, yeah. Yep.
Awkward.
But yeah,
Would the potion leave any of the plant, or would you have to consume it all?
unfortunately, assume Loudon. However, Loudon Hall is the direction, at least, of other key ingredient in this potion.
What's the other ingredient?
Pure silver.
Well,
And
Myr'ra
it's
thinks about it.
feeling heavy.
I mean, some of you have silver coins.
Yeah.
Yes, but we really don't want
Also,
to.
fascinatingly, would that mean, because he brought silver to the world, didn't he?
Yeah.
Is that not what that's what Kyril got like banished for?
Yeah.
But the fact that it could be involved in healing him, that feels poetic. That feels
also,
yeah.
Is it involved in healing him? Isn't silver lethal to the Fae?
Also,
Is it heal humans but not the
iron
Fae?
is well, it depends on which mythology we're using.
So the mythology that you're thinking of in my world is because the Iron Roots defeated the Fae. So iron was
That makes sense.
right.
That makes yeah. But they brought silver, and silver's associated with them.
Yeah. So
But
silver coins are in the currency because the agreement for the Fae to leave was they'd never be forgotten. So they're in the currency, like literally being current always.
Yeah.
But again, people would save copper and gold. They would never save silver. They would always want that to be moving. And some people have like, well, you saw Sanda's tomb was covered in like fancy elaborate silver everywhere as well. So some people, like your rings have silver in them, right? Like you've got, like, people can use it. It's just you wouldn't want to basically make a door of silver and be like, this is for the Fae High. Do you know what I mean? Because that would you'd probably go missing in the night. Like, that's the fear people have of like reflective things that way. So yeah.
Did I misremember? Is the silver deadly to the Fae?
Well, Kyril brought silver so people could use it to fight the Fae. That is.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. That's
so
that's
you're
how
not
I
misremembering.
remember.
You're remembering correctly.
Okay. Cool.
So it seems like it would solve the problem either way.
Lockhart is so on the fence with Kyril anyway. It's like, it's a problem I'm kind of supposed to deal with.
Not been told to deal with it yet, so.
I mean, technically, you are by verbiage. Like, if you can find a way to help Kyril, please do it. Like, did say that to you.
She did.
Yeah. But it was very much a deal with the sword first. It's a very direct problem to the entire stability of this continent.
Yeah.
And then, if you can, help Kyril. But you could tell she wanted to say help Kyril first. But the job demanded that she say the other thing was more important. She owes a lot to Kyril. Like, she would have been dead. If it wasn't for
And she
him.
wouldn't have got there in the first place.
Yes. Well, she would have maybe lost a lot of people getting in. I think Vermi would have got in.
Yeah.
She kicks very hard.
But it would. But it'd been a lot of march.
Yes, a lot of travel and a lot of people would have been lost along the way. Yeah. You didn't turn up to that fortress at Rocksfall Mountains and see a lot of soldiers. You know what I mean? So. You know that you need pure silver, so he can make this potion, the last of his Nightbloom. he's willing to make it for you, so you could have a go at making it, but he would have to teach you how to make it, so it feels like extra steps. If you were going to try and practice learning, you'd maybe want a few silver to try and have a couple of test runs at it.
That's what I was going to say. This is not going to be a single night bloom. We either need to get this one for the potion, get this one for the spell, and then still have to go and look for a second one. So we're still going to sin. That might be the question here. Is
Or you ask
to
KT where he got them from.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I was going to say there. We go to
KT
KT and we ask him where he found them.
KT won't be in town as well, will he? He'll be back in Voros.
KT's unconscious in Voros. That was what
He's
Hannah picked up
asleep.
on. Because it's daytime.
Right.
He's a vampire. We do forget that quite a lot, to be fair.
He's a vampire.
He's a
Oh yeah,
vampire.
because he's a vampire.
Oh yeah, makes sense. Makes sense.
A vampire and a manpire.
So,
I
I
was
hope
just going to
someone
say,
got
I
that
think
reference.
and
Myr'ra would maybe point out.
three of you have
Sorry.
silver coins as well, like Fae gifted silver coins.
Oh, maybe that makes us silver
Just don't know
better.
whether I want to see. Sorry,
I know. We also have to then explain to Surithane that we're trying to heal a Fae. Like that has to. If he's going to make the potion, I feel like we would maybe have to be like, oh, by the way, it's for a Fae.
Do we
So-
know?
Yeah, maybe not. Maybe we just say, oh.
Do we though?
My point was going to be, we could also just say, I assume we're going to go and do Murder Road first. So we've maybe got time to decide, maybe get in touch with Vermi, ask how Kyrill's doing. Say we've maybe found an answer, but it's risky.
Got any more
See what
seeds?
Yeah, tell her that that put somebody else on night bloom duty.
Yeah.
If Margot can get us a bird, maybe Vermi can get us some night blooms, which we could either then like repay Surithane with.
I think that's something that Lockheart would be messaging Queen Vermi about already.
Instantly in his brain.
The other question, right, like you could ask someone, who do you know in Caldera?
We know lots of people in
Grand.
Caldera, to be fair.
Yeah.
We like Pride might also still be there now. We've got my nan. There's Pride. She sort of kind of owes us. We didn't tell anybody she was
Don't
involved.
tell her that, though.
Yeah, no.
But Pride did
Yeah.
seem open to ongoing relationships, right? Like the conversation Riven led at the end of the last game. Like, she did seem like, well, I've just poured out my fucking heart. And then Riven's like,
Yeah.
actually, that's awful. I feel so bad for you. Pride's like,
Yeah.
ugh.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's no pride, he's no joy, he's no greed, he's no sloth, he's no Ran.
Yeah, who has links to envy.
So he's not quite a lot of people that might save trekking to Caldera.
We could just ask.
Or we're going to have to go anyway to meet Gran.
That
So
definitely seems
that's
very
fair
much
too.
on her clock, though, doesn't it? Like, grandmother is controlling.
Yeah, she picks. Yeah. It does feel like we've got people to contact to say, okay, night blooms seem important.
I would
Who
say
can get us one?
a Calderan contact would make more sense if that's where you think they're going to be. Otherwise, if Vermi had access to that, do you not think somebody might have mentioned it?
The healing. All right, yeah. Yes.
Vermi has tasked all the healers on Cairo, remember, to try and keep him stable. And it seems to be a very antagonizing battle to keep him status quo agony, which does not seem like a great place to be. So obviously, the longer that's left, the worse Cairo might be.
Yeah.
It's been quite a few weeks. But it seems like something that could happen without you having to go to places, realistically. You don't then need to take the potion. You could just have it posted. Like, obviously that's a bit of a risk, but still. Also, you could teleport. Thought it was worthy. See, I think I know who would consider it worthy of the emergency. Vermi. He'd probably come to use. How you should explain that politically is a different matter, but yeah, it's probably better if you just go to her. Looping in with her is not a bad idea. Looping in with somebody in Caldera, not a bad idea. It means you just don't really have to leave Dagda Cathera. If these things come, the only problem is you need to get Silver to Cerethi. He needs to get to Loudenhall as planned.
Did he not say there is true silver in?
It's on, I assume it's Pride. What have we named it yet?
So
Lion's Rise.
So
rather than Prideful.
So Queen's Rise is what Chris suggested last
Queen's
week,
Rise,
and I quite like Queen's Rise.
I like that.
So if anybody's got any better suggestions, say now. But I think Queen's Rise is pretty good. So yeah, Queen's Rise is a silver mine. So that is, if you were drawing a line from Dagda Cathera down to Loudenhall, you'd keep drawing the line to end up in the Roxfall mountain range, which is where Queen's Rise is. That you could get a lot of silver there. As I said, depending on how much he needs, your 3 coins might cover it.
Yeah.
I think it would be okay to suggest maybe that once we have dealt with our assassin, or whatever we want to call him at the moment, and we are sending Seraphine to make the potion for us, we could actually tell him that we have a source of the silver, the Queen, and we'll have some delivered to Loudenhall, and then we can just send the 3 coins.
Could do.
If we want to go down that route. But it
Given-
still means we're going to Sin to search for the last one, or contacting somebody in Caldera.
Given the
Sin
time that
to-
would all take as well, you could easily like message Rick, ask them to send their coin on as well. I mean, like you could collect the coins that were handed out, jets included.
And to be fair, I think I know we've tried to get rid of the coins in the past and they've came back to us. I think I would quite happily be rid of the silver.
Yeah, it's strange to carry unmarked silver coins.
Yes.
Yeah. It also seems, again, poetic as a way to gift the silver back.
Yeah. So.
Hey.
So one mission at a time. Let's deal with the assassins, and then we can have that discussion later. We know we can get it for whichever mission we want. We know we need a second lot now.
Well, the impression you got is that he seemed more willing to give you it to heal project than an academic pursuit.
Which I think seems fair.
And he didn't refuse giving you guys it. It was just that when you mentioned that there was actually someone requiring the healing, he then seemed to engage.
Yeah, he was immediately like, I'll go make.
So
if it's somebody that important to us.
Exactly. And the fact that you were reserved about sharing it initially as well, and like, yeah, given what he knows about the bullshit you guys have been up to, and you know, like what you, because you were the experts sent in to fix a very weird problem, people not dying.
Which we did.
Yeah.
Even more surprising.
In like 2 days, like 2 or 3 days, I think it took maximum, to actually like turn up in town, ask around, fix the problem and be like, I guess that's us done. What's blowing up a graveyard or two? So yeah. What is the reply to Sarithan? What are you telling him? He is kind of in this mode moment. So you just had your little flare agency chat amongst yourselves. He finds it weird that if you said the healing can wait, that would be weird. Let's just say that.
Yeah.
If someone was in that bad a situation, they need something this powerful, they shouldn't wait. Would be what he would expect. That's what any normal person would expect to hear. So if you're like, well, we'll get to that after we go on this potentially month or two long trip through the mountains to save some refugees that are getting murdered. Yeah.
But, but how much are we required in that?
I think could we say we take over refugee mission, we send him to make potion. We just go, okay, we need you to go and do this. We'll take your mission on the road.
And we can phone ahead for like, you'll get silver, get this man some silver.
Yeah. Because again, we could then go back to Marco and say, okay, so we've had to go up Sarithan. You know that help you mentioned? Could we
that
have
help that we bigged up and said totally will solve your problem. So we're that help now.
Yeah, we had to send him off on something else.
We need to tell her?
Well, you could get her to send the escort now.
Yeah, that's what I meant, is we could get some dwarves to help us. So it's not just the 5 of us.
Be like, hey, we've convinced him that we're going to do it. So, escort? Yeah.
Could be.
Yeah. And then we could, because that would like free Sarithan up, and we could just send him off to make potion now.
Yep.
Which does make more. It's quite hard to tell. Like a moment from death, but he can wait for 2 months.
Yeah. You guys have your silver coins on you then, or not?
Yeah,
we can't not.
You could just
give them to them. They might come back to us.
I imagine if they are able to come out of our pocket, then
we're able to give them.
We're able to do it.
So the only thing that you checked last time was Riven tried to give away their silver coin and couldn't find it to give it away. But then later when they were like, oh, their coin's in their pocket.
Yeah. Okay.
I think I was just Riven not wanting a fake coin on them. And then later then kind of fell in love with Kyril a bit like everybody did. So except Lockheart.
He's the best.
So yeah. Thoughts?
Okay.
Because you could just hand them 3 silver coins now, or try to at least.
Yeah. Do we want to ask him how comfortable he feels with us taking on Myr'ra Road and him going to do this for us? Because if he says no, we can, like.
Suppose we first need to know like how much silver he needs. He might just be like, I need a shit ton of silver.
That's true. If he says I need 3 kilograms. Oh, don't ask that.
What's a kilogram?
3 pounds.
Well, the coins could be a pound.
Exactly.
Yeah. So who's talking to Sarithan? Who's taking that one for the team?
I'll just you mentioned silver. How much silver?
It does depend on the severity. How did you become injured?
And I'll kind of just look back to the others.
Like just steps back out of the conversation bubble.
I tried to help. I'm going back.
No.
Lockhart, remember, if this goes badly, you can quick save and reload with your memory editing.
Oh yeah, that's going to go so well against him.
Yeah, Sarithan, yeah. No.
Right, don't.
You have a lot of effort. Like.
And then I hide behind Ignysera.
You should already be hiding behind Ignysera in this conversation.
But I think Lockhart will say, the wounds were beyond catastrophic. Suffice to say, they were not for special circumstances. They should have been more than destroyed. But this is beyond what most consider normal circumstances.
There's like, again, a half beat of silence. Sorry, thing says, I would imagine, given that these are the methods left available to you. Given. Basically saying no shit, right, is what he's saying.
Yeah. Which is, and basically back, like, so in round figures, what sort of silver would you deem necessary for such a calamitous
size is your...
He's a bit taller than us, isn't he?
Well, no,
does he have a size?
No, he doesn't.
He's your exact height.
Yes, that's what I thought. He's the same size as anyone that looks at him.
Yeah.
Oh God. So he's all or nothing. Oh, how do we mention this without mentioning Faye?
So the grievously wounded, not always bound by such constraints.
There is a tilt of the head. A very sharp tilt of the head.
Mm-hmm.
And they're just staring at you. It's this almost featureless helmet staring at you.
I imagine something. Do you require exact measurements, or will simply a range of, like, looking at? Because Lockhart's not exactly especially tall, not especially short, so probably just whoever's shortest to whoever's tallest.
I don't know who's shortest here, because like I think him and Ignysera are probably about the same height. Because I think you said Ignysera was about 6 something, didn't you, Kalli?
Mm-hmm.
So he's about 6'5". I think I said he was 6'7" in his armor. I think I said that, but that was still nothing compared to the 7'8" armored Riven.
Mm-hmm.
He was meant to seem intimidating until you rock up with the slab of metal that was Riven. So yeah. So he is probably the tallest, but maybe depending on like Ignysera's horns. The edge on that.
I think she's probably still like just slightly shorter than him, even with.
Okay. Yeah, so they're about the same height, and then I don't know who the shortest person here is. Is it maybe Myr'ra?
I think it's probably. I think Myr'ra's 5 foot something, like 2 or 3.
Yeah, in my head,
Like
I had
not
5
short
foot
enough
3.
that you go. Yeah, not short enough that you go. That person's really, really short, but short enough that you forget that they're quite short. And then you're reminded when you look down at them to talk.
So yeah. And I think I always, because I know that Nori is half elf, my brain just says halfling. Which makes me think Nori's so much shorter than they actually are, but they're not. They're probably quite tall.
Yeah.
Like
6'2" minimum,
yeah, like probably really
long and rangy.
And I think you said Falkwin was about, I think, 5'11" or 5'10" or something from memory.
Yeah, sort of highish, midish.
Yeah.
5s.
So yeah, I mean, you just gesture and say, us sized, realistically, right? Because that's not an ally. It's almost the most accurate response you could give. I mean, it's not an elephant, right?
Well,
unless.
We don't know that.
And yet it has always been an elephant.
Yeah, exactly. Now you're getting it. So, yeah, you take your gesture to the...
I think just within humanoid ranges.
And this wound they are suffering from, said it was quite catastrophic. Circumstance prevent this from...
Yes, for the moment, certainly magical in nature, beyond my understanding. You will recall we dealt with similar instances of death-defying feats. But in this case, we are trying to prevent the...
Kind of just nods once and says, then silver would be, they name some kind of weight. But realistically, like, their main thing they say is the purer the silver, its potency in the real. If you get me pure silver, handful, someone sizes, someone double your size would require. If the silver
When he says that,
if the silver was impure, vast quantity of it, so we could extract silver. Sadly, the process of extracting the silver can, for the purposes of this potion, the more unchained.
So when he says that,
yep,
I'm going to use my quick hands and I'm just going to bring my coin out of my pocket and slap it on the table.
Yeah.
And see what his reaction is to that.
Certainly is a silver coin.
Lockhart will bring out silver coin. I have a suspicion this will quite pure. Stack it on Nori's one.
Yeah, Myr'ra will pull hers from somewhere. And also add it to the pile.
We could potentially acquire
2 more.
2 more?
3? 2.
2. Yeah, and the Riven.
Did Loudon get one? We don't know.
I think Riven would jump at the chance to offer hers.
I mean Vermi, obviously.
Yeah, I know what you meant, Vermi, don't worry. Loudon's daughter, Vermi.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think when you set all your coins down, you just look at it. It does in fact seem to be a stack of 3 coins. Obviously they don't magically vanish and appear back in your pockets, right? But he kind of looks at it and looks at 3 of you very deliberately. It's back down. Did pick them out? Like picks up the 3 coins and like fans them in his hand, like the clink of the metal off the armor. So he goes, "These are unmarked silver coins."
Indeed.
We were given them as a reward.
Because I fear there is more to this. Simply currency. And like sits back ever so slightly. Like basically making space if someone's going to fill in any blanks.
Okay.
I think we have to. Just tell him.
I'm not that worried about telling him.
He works for a vampire. Like, it's not like he's on the highest moral standing anyway.
But we still don't know what he is.
No. I have so many questions.
In this case, there's a good chance he's from, like, there or something.
He's not from Caldera. That's, I think, the only thing we know.
We know he's not from Dink.
He didn't. There was something about me and Riven did checks, and we were pretty confident he wasn't from Caldera.
The sigil on his armor.
Mm-hmm.
Think about that.
There was, yeah.
Is he?
He was not of Dink.
Mm-hmm.
Is he Mal'Manus' long lost wife?
I initially thought he could be Brananel. Like, that was one of my conspiracy theories.
Pulls off his janitor mask and it was, Brananel the whole time. Would have cut away for it too. So. Nobody fills in
We are not at liberty to say much more than this due to promises to a much higher power than us. We have a vow to keep that we cannot share much more than what we're telling you just now.
And keep in mind
and we are talking above KT's level.
No, so as an agency, keep in mind that like Chiral doesn't really fall under a lot of the stuff with pride. That stuff.
But they did fight.
Like, yes, but saying pride stabbed Chiral isn't something you can see. Saying Verve
Correct.
freed Chiral is something you can see. Because pride
Yeah.
doesn't know any of that.
Yeah.
Really, pride knows you have told them stuff though. None of that embarrasses pride.
I would still rather leave it as this.
100%. No, that's fine. I just wanted to clarify the restrictions because it's quite nebulous. Like the restrictions of the deal with pride is just very specifically stuff that makes
His
pride.
involvement.
Like,
Yeah.
Yeah. Like again, it's all about saving face with her. So
Because if there's some way we could mention that Chiral was stabbed by one of the blades, I think that might be important information in terms of, depending on the makeup of this potion, it sounds like he kind of needs to know the severity of the wound.
I think his code of honor, I think what I've just said would be enough that we're not that we are our hands are tied. We've said enough, or more than enough. But that's up to a persuasion roll.
Well, why don't you give me one of those then?
I don't have anything.
Well, you're the one that said it. Give it a go.
I know.
It's better than me. I'm hindered in that. Mistrust.
That's what it's so good though, because it means I get to do stuff like Ethane pushing you a bit further for stuff. Because like, well, what are you saying? Because you're not telling me everything.
It is just intellect again then.
Yeah, go for it. You can spend effort and stuff though.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with my 2 effort again.
How much intellect you got left?
Actually, I don't have any. Intellect. No, sorry, I'm down to 9.
Yeah, it's still plenty. Because you'd only need 5 to do 2 levels of effort. Wahey! Wahey! Okay, so just a roll of a 26. Just a nat 20 roll of a 26. Yeah, back just in time trying to see the nat 20 persuasion roll from Nori.
Oh my.
Okay. And yeah, oddly enough, Sir Ethane does kind of just nod in kind of respect to the. I understand we all serve powers higher than ourselves from time to time, so that the lack of information or the effectiveness of this particular can with the information given. If you have ways of count for this. Which is effectively his way of saying, the more you tell me, the better it'll be. But I won't press for that. It's just you've just handed me clearly dodgy silver coins, and that is massive red flag. He's also took down a Ferrin, so you kind of come with your red flags built in.
And you know the whole people weren't dying thing, but
yeah, like you solved that. Like
that's why I did bring that up a little bit. Just be like,
it was worth mentioning, right? Because like he couldn't solve that.
And people not dying, actually happened more often than you think. I think we probably do have to tell them that the wound was caused by a blade.
I would also say, is it worth us flagging the person who was injured gave us these coins?
I think we have a few days to come up with that answer.
Possibly not, though, if we want to send him off to just do this.
Oh yeah, of course.
Like, I think we've...
Those are sort of 2 different halves of the equation, though. Like,
Oh, and we want to give him one and not the other? Because I think if we give him both, it equals Faye.
Well, it's not actually where I was going. I think he needs to know what caused the wound as part of the situation, and then knowing what the target is as well. I don't think obviously surviving a blow from the blade, pretty big deal, but it doesn't implicitly. It doesn't implicitly.
Explicitly, yeah. Okay.
almost the opposite, because it's kind of what
Yeah.
he's there for, and so that doesn't throw too much problems our way for telling him that. Whereas telling him the silver thing, I say I'm not against eventually coming to it in the next. We can talk more on that, but
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah, I think that's a good
Yeah.
Like, let's tell him about the blade and see if that feels.
Then I think Lockhart will say, for the sake of your understanding, the wound was inflicted by one of the blades.
There is a very distinct shift in the body language of Serethane, more so than even to the pile of coins that they've still got in their hand. They sit them back, stacked. Let's see. Which?
That I'm actually not sure
There's
because
two.
it's the demon.
Oh,
Happy
Happy
birthday!
Happy birthday!
Somebody comes over with a
Haven't had that one
cake and they
before.
start singing. There's dwarven songs everywhere.
There's a demon blade in the
Yeah.
I think
cave.
it was 2 because the humans was 3. Was what I was trying
Yes,
to
yes.
communicate. The second, because it was Loudon tried to stab Vermi. Kyril got in the way.
Okay, can we say that? Though?
I think. Oh, can we say it was the second blade? I don't know. Do we feel like we can?
How much of that implies pride?
People know that Pride's the. Yeah, I think that.
Do people know that Pride's the boss? I mean, we had to go and find out that Pride was the boss right now. It wasn't knowledge to any of us until we got involved with Pride that Pride was running the show in Sin. We assumed that it was still all 7 of them.
So that was like a TV magic trick where technically people in the world that know about politics would know who these people were, but for the purposes of my dramatic revealing the second arc, I just didn't bring that knowledge up because it wasn't important until the dramatic reveal of what Pride's claim really meant. It wasn't about a lion at all. So that was more TV trickery, script trickery. But if you know politics, you'd know Pride is the current wielder of the second blades. You wouldn't necessarily know much more than that. That's also only if you cared. It'd be like if you knew who the Prime Minister of Sweden was currently. Do you know what I mean?
Technically, if we don't mention Vermi, then we're not implying that this person. We don't have to mention that bit. We could still say it was the second blade. Just maybe this is someone Pride didn't like and they got stabbed, but we quite like them.
I wasn't there for the actual deal that we made with Pride.
You can assume the type of deal that was made, though. You can definitely assume the fact that Pride was like, you can't talk about any of this because any way it's discussed makes me look bad, and we can't have me looking bad.
Yeah,
that's the thing.
Pride's whole thing was undoing anything that would risk them having any responsibility for anything that happened, which was all entirely their fault.
Even if it was some random, the target wasn't important, it still implies that Pride tried to kill someone and it didn't work.
I mean, nobody's going to think that any of the Five Blades haven't killed people. So, do you know what I mean? Their job is their weapons. So, minus Rananel.
But
he is a weapon.
It is Pride. It's telling him that Pride stabbed someone that didn't die.
Yes.
And that sounds like that means that Pride tried to do something and failed, which sounds like
but not technically about the situation we promised Pride we wouldn't talk about.
It wasn't
that could
the
have been
first,
anywhere.
third,
Pride could have been drunk
fourth,
on it.
or fifth blades.
Yeah, we can say
blades it was not.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I think we would only need to mention the fourth and the third because the other ones aren't blades. One of them's a hammer, and one of them's a person.
Yeah, true.
Stabbing in play.
I mean, you could also just try and say it to him, see if the words come out right.
Yeah.
I don't want to test that.
Do we know that we would just be tongue-tied if we tried to say it wrong? If we said a bad thing?
What?
Or is it more like, as soon as we try and say the bad thing, we also then just burn in fire? Like, what? Do we know the consequences?
No.
No.
None of you's asked.
I think we don't want to be the ones that start testing the boundaries.
We didn't start the fire.
It's just always burning. So
Yep.
I
also sad.
think we have less to lose for just saying that we can't tell him what blade it is.
Yeah.
Like, and I think he might be able to take something from it, but we can tell him it was a blade. So I think that's our. I think that's what Lockhart was saying. So
carry on.
Lockhart will suddenly respond. That is not an answer that I can give.
So remind me, because it's a lot of talking, what you have told him so far.
I mean, not regretting it entirely yet, but as I did say, the wound was caused by one of the blades.
Okay.
Emphasized the blades.
Okay. And then you said you can't specify further, basically.
Yeah, I said.
Okay.
And we'd already
That's
kind of implied. Yeah.
And I did say I can't tell you the answer. I didn't say I don't know the answer. So I am taking the responsibility for that.
Yes, that's okay. Yep. He then kind of again, still like sat quite upright, as if like has moved the stool like that a little bit after he's have mentioned this scenario. Like he's poised a little bit more. Then looks back down at the 3 coins, then looks back at you, Lockhart, and says, "If you're unable to say, I can imagine some degree of speculation which blade referring to, given your associations."
That would be speculation for you to.
Kind of looks over at everybody. It's kind of. This has been quite a difficult conversation. Is there anything you can tell me? This is quite rare.
Surviving the injury, the attack from a blade would be rare still.
Kind of like that's kind of the point he was making there.
Yeah.
Like being injured by one's like, it's like usually you're just killed. Like the injury step usually doesn't matter. So yeah, he's like same sentiment basically. Just like nods to you for that. Says, "I don't need to know specific details regarding context to that altercation. But again, any specifics that help me narrow down elements that were interesting would help."
Again, player agency. I would like to say the wound was taken saving someone else. Doesn't mention names. But implies that the context of this wound was insane, like saving somebody else's life. Which again, I think adds.
And so I guess you could build on that, just saying that the wounder did not intend to actually wound. It's the same thing.
The blow was meant for someone else. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay.
Is it too much to say that that the person was wounded saving with vermi?
I feel like that might. Yeah. It feels like it treads close.
I would say it's close, but you would need to decide on that or not, because I don't think that breaches it, because you haven't said it was the demon blade.
Yeah. Okay. And also, technically, we're probably gonna have to rope vermi in order to like get the potion to Chiron.
Because nobody knows about Chiron, but other than Vermi, you guys, and some healers. So yeah.
Yeah. So if I say, the wound was taken saving Queen Vermilion, the blow was meant for her.
Curious. Before or after they became older?
Sort of during. Or is that too close?
No,
That's
fine.
that is,
That feels like it's
It's-
very finely.
we're at
Yeah.
the nanowire of this deal with
Yeah.
Pride.
Mhm.
And then,
Because, I mean, technically it would be after.
yeah, she
Yeah.
got the blade,
Yeah.
but
Out the
not queen, but not quite.
Yeah. It was in
But
the
the blade holder.
like,
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean,
I
technically,
think
the
during
blade,
fits.
remember the blade chose her 2 years ago.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
So,
Yeah.
That is also true.
like, if we're really getting into semantics,
Yeah.
like,
Even she had it, she was
Yeah.
wielding it long before, or
Yeah.
hours, days.
I worry if I say too much on that though, it then
Yeah,
again
yeah,
goes,
no,
well, it wasn't
Yeah,
this
yeah.
blade.
But that's what we're trying to lead to
Yeah.
here. It wasn't.
Yeah.
I was
Oh, sorry.
mentioned elements, and I was just trying to recall, is Fey magic and celestial magic are different.
Yes,
Oh.
but
Oh. Oh.
Because my point was, if Fey was a subset of celestial, could we say, well, yeah, celestial magic's involved? Yeah, but if it's the other way around, then
it's trickier because you haven't learned anything about that. And nobody studies Fey magic. Except maybe Mr. Ambler.
I know, to the moon. It's getting more and more important.
That's my secret. The moon was always important. But yeah, no.
Wasn't ever a secret.
Sadly, that's not information you have about the nuances of celestial and Fey magic. We know it both are kind of god tier, given the effects you have seen of Fey magic when you just rewrote reality to be in the throne room.
Yeah.
So it's not really something you can say. But you could mention that there are Fey influences in the world. It's just a lot of this is like residual from the Fey dissipating over time, etc. No. Places people avoid generally. Like that lake at the top of that mountain, obviously we know why it was residual now, but people didn't before. But it was a prison for a Fey. So yeah. So other things you wish to tell Serathane to help his job?
We were told that it was magical. Sure. And now he knows the blade was involved, so he knows the side of it.
He knows a blade was involved. He knows the wound was inflicted accidentally, technically. It was intercepting a blow meant for someone else. So if intention matters, that's covered. Mentioned situations unusual and also you have to be vague about it for various reasons. A lot of that points to deal trickery, which is at least in favour. Because it helps narrow the scope, as Hannah mentioned. It's not going to be the first blade.
Although,
but
he doesn't
He
know.
doesn't.
yeah, I was going to say, like, Hannah and Myr'ra have most of that info and has disseminated some of it to you guys, and then also, like, who else do we think in the world knows that, Bran and Elves still around? Well, you think Modesta Lara does, but we'll see how that plays out.
Sneaky elven lady.
So, you've got that. Anything else around the circumstances of Kyrill's unfortunate sacrifice? Or very fortunate sacrifice that has led to a lot of changes in the world? All good?
I think that feels like, yeah, as much as we can say without one saying it's a fake, or two
that line is
crossing
getting
a
thinner
deal.
and thinner and thinner every time we say something.
But that's
So
that is kind of the point, though, right? Like, you get to the point where your principles have to be held up against results, right? And you're like, well, this feels like this could be that from the board, that should be probably good, but do we trust Serathane? And also, can we actually say
Yeah.
because of what you've signed away? So it is tricky. If only you could, like, implant memories into someone else, like Ignysera, for example, who isn't in that deal. Have they got those powers yet?
Oh.
I mean,
I mean, stares at my spells.
Just saying, these are quite a psychic party, all of you. So, like, yeah.
Literally have the ability to impart ideal, but
So close.
it does require.
Yeah, I don't think that quite covers it, sadly.
They have to hear and understand. It doesn't say anything about me having to speak.
Oh, we're going that level of rule lawyer, are we?
So, Ignysera knows everything.
No. Ignysera knows what you can talk about.
Right, so she's in the same boat as me. Right.
Yes.
That's fine.
Because Ignysera isn't part of Pride's deal.
Correct.
But we've maybe been able to be upfront about, like, we can't tell you bits because we made a deal.
But
that's what I thought.
Even from this, though, Ignysera could obviously piece together all the jigsaw to put a lot of it together, but doesn't know the fact that doesn't know the nuances of Pridefall, etc. All the the nuances of it all, why Pride did everything in the first place. None of that could be imparted to Ignysera. But the fact that a Fae has been instrumental in ... all stuff you can say, because none of that's directly tied to.
I'm wondering if he knows what you guys have kind of been up to and around before I've joined, to be like, this is as much as they've been able to tell me as well.
Yeah, I think it'd be worth adding.
Like there are reasons, and there are things preventing them from revealing more.
He kind of nods to you, Ignysera, as well, and says, "This I have gathered from this conversation. It seems these are quite restricted. Can discuss. Respect this, but it does make my job somewhat more not impossible. Try. This is quite difficult and takes some time to prepare. Assuming the still intact and silver. It's basically saying, please don't put all your hopes in my basket. People keep doing that.
When we go and find a Nightbloom, we can get more than one, maybe, just in case.
Here's your potted plant. Thank you for your help.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he kind of nods to the group and says, I will endeavour as quickly. If this is indeed enough, where am I delivering this to?
I've already told him that it was in defense of Queen Vermilion.
Yes, I think we say Queen Vermilion lies guilt.
Yeah.
He kind of nods.
Yeah.
And she knows what to do with this. Like, tilts his head as if.
Must the potion be administered in a certain way?
Simply to the correct person.
She knows that.
Basically, he's trying to patch in does she know who it's for? Because user fake.
Yeah.
Does she know she was going to get yeah. So that was his way of going. So if I send out that it's going to get to who it needs, she's not just going to be like, who the fuck's sending me potions? Like,
she will. Yeah.
Her mail gets checked, like. So yeah.
She will be expecting it.
I see. Would this be better to deliver in person then?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought there was a way around, like, yes.
Then it seem somewhat occupied. To inform Queen she'll have next convoy.
Oh, we can take that one off your plate. I think we plan to accompany you anyway.
Let's see. Is that the business you wished to discuss? He says, slightly more like amused at the fact that we have talked about a whole different thing if this was the point of this. So we weren't here to talk about super rare healing potions. No, we were here to talk about, or like the Abradak equation that's like pondered minds for centuries. Yeah, it was in fact, do you want to just help?
It was both, wasn't it, really?
Yeah. And he kind of like, it almost chuckles a little bit and says, see, I would be quite remiss if anything were to happen in my absence to any of you.
Myr'ra tries to look tough at this, probably.
I mean, you do wear leather armor and stuff. You look a bit tough, yeah.
I look, like...
Want some tea?
Bit to knock me over. Well, Queen Margot was willing to send an envoy that
I do
Katie
believe
we
Count
didn't need,
Threem
but
did not wish that to be the case. He was hoping to investigate independently of interference. Not that we suspect the dwarves, but it is a factor we can control. Very few scenario. Perhaps I will send word to Count Threem to join you.
that sounds like a good Lockheart's flex.
Yeah, let's meet. I want to meet the vampire man.
Yeah.
Come on.
That's it.
Really
That's
please.
I think on that expression's where we end, right? Because that's perfect. Like that's a perfect like shot to end.
I think Myr'ra just beamed.
Actually, I don't think Falkwin's met Vampire Man, has he?
You have,
Or
yeah.
have?
No, you have in the ambassadorial suite. He came and
Yeah,
visited.
yeah.
He came to visit.
Because he said he was in town to discuss the trade options between Loudenhall and Voros. And he might also want that to happen because he's gonna want money going to Voros because he's probably gonna be there. So he was playing the 2 steps ahead chess game, politics-wise, because who knows, he's been used to it for a while. Yeah. Because he said that Sir Ethan was in Voros dealing with those affairs for him, and then that's when you guys met up with him on the road to get Hedera. So yeah, you have met KT. And yes, I am tired after that, given how much info had to be exchanged in that particular session. So what are we calling this one?
Oh,
3, 2, 1.
oh yes.
Yeah, see if Lockhart comes back from that lunch.
I mean, Siri Thane didn't seem to hold a grudge, at least with Lockhart, after the comments about that's the smell. Implied some kind of dirty foreigner, I think, was the implication from Lockhart.
Who's to say with teleportation madness?
Yeah, exactly. You were somewhat irradiated at the time. Okay, what are our suggestions for names? So,
This is kind of a bit of out of left field, but the things above all made me think this.
I like
it as well.
Oh,
There's a lot we covered. It was hard to necessarily pin down specifics, but yeah. For me, I'm not even that excited about that. It's just one of the standout conversational points when you all reacted quite dramatically. As well.
So I think we suddenly remember another thing you're supposed to care about.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's important.
All except me. I was just like, yeah, ignore the healing, but what about the flower? We want the flower. The research, right?
Also think things left unsaid is... I feel better about that than I do about miraculous healing. True tunnel. Diplomacy. Big print to the count. 5-4. That's not 5-4-3-2 one shot. Lockhart's going to lunch. I appreciate your.
I like to vote early.
Mm-hmm. It is the true way, so you don't become the tiebreak.
Don't want to be the tiebreak. It's worked for me for however long we've played together.
Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah, we've got Cart, we've got Ray, we've got Ignysera, and Falkwin. Also, there's no shame for voting for yourself.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna do that one, and then we get a winner.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed we do. Counting. Excellent.
Mm.
Right.
One.
We might also be in a rundown of Countdown to Crows.
Yep. I mean,
With Katie around.
If I can't see the moon, does it work?
can the
We're
moon
in
still
tunnels.
see
Am I just
you?
fine? Oh, damn it.
The moon was within you the whole time.
Oh, no.
Damn it, Jet! You and your philosophy. But yeah. So, that was a lot of fun. Goals. How do we feel about the goals page?
Oh,
I feel like we're about to tick a lot off. We're about to get the opportunity to tick a bunch of different ones off. Maybe not a bunch at the same time, but there are options in front of us.
More question marks to everything.
I'll add them now, shall I?
Thank you. Yeah. Try to help Kyrol. We are definitely on the way towards. Maybe.
Question marks.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Every time we talk to him, every time he says something where I'm like, but what does that mean?
Is he from the moon?
Is he a time traveler? Is he from the past? What? Why doesn't he take his armor off? Anyway.
Is he a gold leaf elf?
The questions just mount.
Mm-hmm.
Is he an iron boot elf?
Mm.
Is he two dwarfs in the same suit of armor?
I mean, that's my guess.
Yes.
Is he from another island?
Is he a dinosaur?
He's a king's best friend lizard.
Oh
my god.
He's a count's best friend.
Yeah, that's true. The former mayor's best friend.
Mm-hmm.
I do love that Katie just was like, sorry, Thane will handle it. Like, that's just Katie's answer to almost everything.
Don't do it.
Don't worry about it. Sorry, Thane's got it.
So, in terms of our goals, have we completed any?
No.
So we've done part one, right? So we've made massive steps towards the grabbing a bird, right? Like, you've technically outsourced that. So, like, nothing wrong with that.
Nothing wrong with using a bit of influence.
Well, I mean, it was offered to you guys. It made sense, right? You could have went on the hunt, but you chose to technically not have a beer with a friend. So, well, you made 4 friends, I guess, from the night before.
Yeah.
So there is that. But yeah, so we've moved that one forward. And I think when you get word that gets delivered and you hear about it, I think you can get an XP when that happens. Obviously, who's to say there isn't...
The results don't matter. We've tried.
Yeah, do you know what I mean? I think the results matter. So, personally...
I like that we've gone for...
We have tried to help him.
As well.
What was that, sorry?
No, I like that we've gone for a live bird.
Yes. Yes.
Because I feel like that's going to...
Like
never-ending source of purpose.
Exactly. Give them a chance to study the potency and the weird supernatural elements to their feathers, like density, etc. Yeah, it's pretty good. At least it's being delivered on your behalf rather than by you guys, which probably is a much better idea. So at least that's in hand. So as I said, when that gets resolved, you can get some XP for. Likewise with this potential like healing for Kyrol, that's huge. It'll be interesting to know if Vermi knows not to tell Cirithe. So you might want to loop Vermi in at some point.
Mhm.
Just keep a
Yeah.
note of that for next session that you might want to talk to for me. Probably very. Beyond that, anything that you have resolved in a big way? I mean, I would say we've very much opened up a massive investigation into Nori's past. That's huge.
Mhm.
Yes.
What did Margot called it? The heart piercer?
Heart piercer. Yeah.
Love that. Love when serial killers name themselves.
Yep. Guess I'll just add heart piercer to that page.
Mhm.
Anything else we're adding in? Deleting. This needs updated bad.
Yeah, I was gonna say I feel like we have learned quite a lot about Bran and Elle.
Yes. Yeah. Is there more?
and what happened to them.
Is there more you know? Because I think you did get almost their full story, right?
Yeah, like I don't think we would necessarily know what they're gonna do like next or when. But I think we know what happened to them.
Yeah. Well, do you consider that goal complete then? Because I think we left it there because you wanted to know what they were going to do. I think. But kind of know their rough plan anyway.
We kind of, yeah. We
Just don't know how they're going to go about it. But you know it involves the soul well, probably. That seems to be...
And things people are going to be mad at them for.
Oh, yeah. Well, they implied they were going to tear down the barrier that stopped the Fae getting in. Because it was made from the souls of the Iron Roots. So, yeah...
Totally fine. Why would anyone have a problem?
I mean, he did say, kind of implied that it's more of a bluff anyway, the barrier. Like, it was that was a show of force.
The agreement, the Fae agreed to go.
Yeah, like, look what we can do. Not just, static pushovers. We're, in fact, able to mess with stuff we should not be messing with. So, is that still on the board then, or?
I think it would at least need a tweak in terms of wording.
I think so too, because I definitely gave you XP for the stuff you got from Bran and Elle, right? I've definitely given you XP for that. It's just I think that does need tweaked into, I guess, how you want to continue your relationship with Bran and Elle in some fashion.
Supporting Bran and Elle's world domination plans.
Yeah. So yeah, if there are no more changes for that as well, then I would say, just in general, based on the rolls and stuff and the stuff we did, everything can have an XP for this week as well, because I feel like we moved enough along collectively that I think it can amount to an XP for everybody. Because we did loads this week. Nice. So I know that Nori's yet to hit tier 3. Is it only Nori that's yet to hit tier 3?
This would put me to tier 3.
So I know that Ignysera is tier 3. You're not tier 3 yet, are you?
I am. I went through the new skills with you.
Okay,
earlier.
good. It's okay. And Lockheart, are you tier 3 yet?
Yeah.
Just been tier 3. So it's only Nori that's behind us. That's fine.
I'm going to do that just now.
Rise.
I'm going to spend my 4 and put extra effort into that.
Cool. And then that puts you 1 advance away from hitting.
Yeah.
Cool. So I think the fact that we've still got XP to award as well. Let's have a chat about that, shall we? Before we do our wrap-up chat. Let's do that first for a change. I have a suggestion of who it should be, but I'll let you guys start your votes.
I'm gonna get in there. Oh,
no, you go.
I was gonna get in there with Nori.
Yep. Lockheart.
I do actually vote for Myr'ra. There's lots of the quiet talking that's quite impactful.
Okay.
I would definitely vote for Nori. I think like backstory and then weaving it in and getting that kind of emotional of I'm going to wait and then do it when I'm drunk rings quite true. And I thought that was a really good way to like keep in character for opening up your backstory.
Yeah.
That's basically what I was going to say as well. Yeah, but for Nori as well. So yeah, he very open and with his backstory. It was very.
Only when I'm drunk.
And Nori. It doesn't
I was
matter.
gonna give mine
It really doesn't, unless you vote
To
for yourself.
Myr'ra, no, but
I was going to give it to
for
me.
the same reason, Jesus, yeah.
I'd like to thank me and myself for this wonderful award.
So that's an extra point of XP that you get there, Chris, as well.
Thank you very much.
I would say that given that you were willing to push forward as well with your backstory, rather than sit on it, because you have sat on it for like 4 arcs.
A long time.
Yeah, like 4 arcs. I would say I very much liked it, so you're also getting a bonus point of XP.
Yay!
For me as well. Because regardless of who was getting XP for that, because it was nice to actually see Nori leaning more into that, because we've seen it a bit in Arc 2 when he was like, I was paid to kill this person, not like crown them, so why are we... Nice moment there, and now again, like, kind of went quiet a bit, and then now he's like, no guys, like, use matter, like, this is what's going on, this needs to be not just in my head. It's nice, it's good, it shows trust in the gang. And considering it is technically content, it's been with Nori the whole time, it helps loop in people like, obviously, Sean and Kalli, because it's content that's new for everybody to start their thoughts on, which is good. I like that. So you were getting XP regardless of that. So yes.
I need one more! Somebody sell me one!
No transferring at all. Sadly. But who knows? Maybe I'll be able to interfere as well, because I've still not used that mechanic yet in 4 arcs. Like, I do need to do that at some point, is GM intrude out with a 1. Be like, oh, you've rolled this. However, this also happens. Have some XP. Because I've just not found an opportunity to do it, because narratively everything's went the kind of way we wanted it to go, hilariously.
And we've given you a few ones.
Yeah, you have.
We have given you quite a few ones.
A good share of them, so I feel like the ratios are good. Do you know what I mean?
I feel like the number of dice rolls per hour is quite low as well.
Well, I mean, less so if you get into fights more.
Sure.
But you choose to avoid fights. Like this week, you chose to avoid a fight.
Yeah.
Well, I feel like we do that quite a lot.
I'm hoping that gets paid forward by us putting our set. Like, I was low key hoping that we would go straight to the tunnels and go start stabbing stabby people.
No, you got to collect at least 50 new quests from the new quest zone first before you go off into the world, right?
I do love that every person we've spoken to, they're like, yes, I can help you with that thing, but also this thing. You're like, oh.
It's like, I can do that. Do that instead.
Yeah. Damn it.
To be fair, though, you've always chosen to keep the snake growing. That's all I'm going to say. Wrap up chat time, though, right? Let's go straight
That's a
to
choice
wrap
of
up
words.
chat. It is definitely a choice of words I made. Lockhart.
Yeah, lots of discussions, particularly at the end there, and just the revelation. That thing that's been on the back burner for a while.
Arc 1.
that slowly dying thing, yeah. And it probably was worth mentioning, like, if you don't fix them, that's not great. But also, if you do fix them and it takes you ages, it's probably worse. So it's like, okay, we should.
And also trying to convince someone that you help. Say, they're okay though, they can simmer. Is a weird... Without telling them the full circumstances, it's a hard sell.
Unimaginable agony.
They're an inch from death, but...
They've been like that way for 2 months now, so it seems fine.
It's fine.
They're an inch from death, but they can arrange it so that they only get like half as close every second.
Yes,
So,
it's
you
an
know,
acid
like, yeah. It's like, was it Plato? Who was the ancient philosopher who almost discovered limits with the tortoise and the hare? Or it was like Apollo racing the tortoise, I think, some thought experiment.
This doesn't ring a bell, but it's also late.
It sounds fun though.
But yeah, and just chatting with the Queen. It's like, that's why Lockhart wanted to make friends with more dwarves. It's like, kind of not hitting the right audience here. I need to meet and talk to dwarves more so I can actually be a better person to talk to them. So those 4 dwarven noble friends, bet that they're now recurring characters. We've got that dwarven name generator.
Yep.
And
Rocky, Knuckles, Boulder,
Yeah.
Obadiah,
yeah,
Steven.
and obviously slightly sad. And I did say at the time that we're not going to fight the bird, but we'll find pterodactyl to fight as well.
Yeah.
Also,
And-
you can at any point come and hunt Avaraptor birds. Like, there wasn't like a quest only zone.
That's true. Did we get the permit?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So we are now bird hunters.
If this was an open world game, then we would have ticked one of the boxes now. You've unlocked this part of the map.
Mhm.
Yep.
And the heart piercer. Or to see how that turns out, both just in finding out more, some sort of hopefully closure for Nori, but significant concern if we're having to deal with spooky things in the tunnels, and we've got KT with us. Like, you know,
We brought her own spooky thing.
yeah, it was one we made earlier. That's
Well, he did say he
Concern.
took a special interest in this. Like, seemed to be quite important to him.
that does not make it less concerning. That
No.
makes it more concerning.
It should make it more concerning. That was my point.
So interesting. Looking forward to next time.
Good, I'm glad. Hannah.
Oh, loved being back. Enjoying the Dwarven City, like seeing Margot again. Yes, enjoyed the straightforwardness of Margot and the dwarves in general. Loved that every person we spoke to was like, "Yes, I can help you with this thing." Also, excited for spooky tunnels. Instantly, as soon as it was like, "Ooh, true crime." Let's do this. And then true crime with personal connection. Oh, we have to. Also, quite excited to get like a different view into Caldera before we go, because I think these people are probably very important to talk to for what it's actually like on the ground, as it were.
Yeah, because your connection's quite an elite connection.
Yes. Yeah, very much more connected to Sin than the pit. And interesting to see where people are coming from and why. And why now. Because obviously these roads have been under use for a while. Yeah, always like seeing Surrey Thane. He continues to be mysterious. He continues.
He was I think he was very up front. Yeah, he always kind of is.
Yeah, but then he says things in a way that you're like, well, what do you mean by that? So fascinated to see how he continues to be. Very excited that we might have found some kind of cure for Chiral.
It's huge.
Yeah, really think that's very exciting. And yeah, it is fun to try and dance around what we can and can't say. That is quite a fun one to try and role play through. Of what do I want to say? What can I say? What do I think I should say? But yes, lots of fun as always.
I'm glad. Nice to have you back as well. It's a pleasure. Eventually we'll get to see your gran, right?
One day.
Yeah. Just it depends how many side quests you pick up and take over for people. It's like, sorry, Thane's got that in the bag. Don't worry about it at all, Margot. But technically, he could do something for us instead. So we'll do his job, which was originally your job. It's fine. But yes, that's good. Kalli, Ignysera.
Yeah, lots of fun. So, yeah, I was getting more and more kind of world building and kind of in my brain. I'm like, okay, this bit's in here and this bit, and yeah, got that. Yeah, it was really fun. I liked hearing more about Nori's backstory. Really interesting, and it's nice how it kind of linked together with what we're going to do. So yeah, we've got that kind of personal goal along with it, which is nice. I'm excited for secret tunnels.
Through the mountain.
Through the mountain. the secret tunnels.
Mm.
Yeah, I'm excited for that. I'm also a little bit sad didn't fight the birds, but it's okay. We can do it another time and fight other things. And we found out loads of stuff as well instead, which was good.
How are you finding your place in the lore in the world now that you've been? This is like session 3 for you, right? Despite the baggage of 3 previous arcs. So
yeah, I think it's good. I think she's gonna kind of fit into the world quite well. She's taking a bit more of a stand back, but that's what she would do anyway. So, but yeah.
And obviously we didn't get to see the showcase of your combat prowess just yet, but it does sound like the secret tunnels may be perilous. So,
has Ignysera rolled yet?
No.
Kalli's played a whole campaign with me. Like, Kalli knows how that goes.
Yeah, we've played I can't remember. It's several sessions before a roll happens at some point. Yeah, it's totally fine.
Sometimes I just go, we need to roll something just because we haven't.
We should roll something.
Roll for weather.
But yeah, well versed in that with my style. But it means you guys get to get stuck into the story, which is more exciting, right? Like you don't have to waste your time trying to fight to get access to story that way, or gated behind certain dice rolls. I like the fact that even this game has the mechanic to retry certain things, just at slightly higher difficulties. So it's nice. It gives me that opportunity to deliver more, which is nice. But yeah, no, I think Ignysera's fit in quite smoothly. It's quite good. Obviously, difficult when you know you're like a combat proficient character and you're not getting to see a lot of combat, but it did offer you guys to go fight a bird. Just gonna say that. That's can pick fights when you want. You can. I'm just
gonna pick 5 people and
fight people in the bar.
Come on, people in the bar. Let's go. Yeah.
So no, that's good. Falkwin.
I think picking up from exactly that point, it made lots of sense to not pick that fight just now because we were faced with a rather long, tedious side sort of like fetch quest, and it makes sense to throw around the influence and respect that we've built over the last few arcs.
Yep.
But on the other hand, I really wanted to smack something.
Again, you can at any point look at a bounty board, or just go and try and find bandits, or go into.
Yeah, but we'll make friends with them.
Yeah, you will. First bandit fight I gave you guys, right? Not tonight, lads. Why? Okay.
Yeah, we persuaded them otherwise.
Yeah. So.
This is the thing. It often makes sense to avoid combat.
Yeah. Who knew people aren't just bloodthirsty murder hobos? Yeah. Who knew? You need a crumbar in your lives because crumbar just picked fights to make friends. So, yeah.
His love language.
No, it was. Sean, any other thoughts? Sorry.
The chiral stuff is always hard for me because I wasn't there. And as much as I know it's a huge deal for the world and for the story, I don't have the same personal investment in it yet. Even though I've heard everything that's happened and gone through a lot with you guys, the mere fact that I wasn't in the room when stuff happened makes it harder for me to get super invested in that side of things, I guess.
But it makes sense for someone that's grew up centuries after the Fey War, right? You're probably in the perfect place mentally for your character because it's you don't fully really know the implications of what a Fey in this world is. The others got to experience it and were quite terrified. When they learned that he brought silver to the world, everyone was like, "What the actual fuck?" I think it was primarily Nat went, so he can just pull a comet from the sky. That's a big deal. Yeah, so I think it makes sense that you've got a slight disconnect there, which adds a new perspective because it means you can be like, actually, I don't really mind about this healing thing. It's important to you guys, but also getting 2 of those plants though. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? I think it's a good angle.
Yes. Also, the Greek philosopher I mentioned was Zeno, from about 500 BC, and it was Achilles and the tortoise.
Right.
And he put forward a sort of false argument that if Achilles is running fast and the tortoise is running slow, and the tortoise has a head start, then Achilles will never catch up. And this is false. It doesn't work, but he gives a convincing argument. And the fact that no one could figure out why the argument was wrong was because it took them about another 1800 years to invent calculus.
I see.
Mm.
So they're basically just bamboozled.
Yeah. The argument was basically to say, after some amount of time, Achilles will have covered half the distance.
This may be a good conversation once we're done with our
Yeah,
wrap-up chat.
yeah. So,
my brain.
good. Well handled. I was about to special interest.
It's okay. I just figured it was a good time to divert that, because it's very interesting, but it is also we're one person off wrapping up.
Sorry.
So
yeah, that can wait.
That'll be me then.
Nori, Nediam. Yes.
For me?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was another good session. My backstory, again, obviously, the murder of your parents is going to be something kind of personal, so I tried to put that kind of across. Maybe not as strongly as I could have, but it was enough.
I think it's been delivered exactly the way you'd expect something like that, because building trust with people takes time. The stuff you've been through with everyone here, and then for something to hit that close to home, you're like, now it's important. Also, I think we've lost you, unless you were just quiet.
No, still here.
Okay, cool. Perfect.
Still here. Yeah, so, I mean, this is roleplay, isn't it? You bring these things into it, you build your own backstory, you've got to spin it when you can, and this is the moment for that. So, yeah, brilliant. Absolutely excellent.
Yeah, and it generally was, because I wouldn't have gave XP for no reason.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It was definitely these are good moments, these are things we want to see, people finding these little character personalities. Good.
Your own weak works. The stuff with trying to not say too much about pride is going to really come back to keep haunting us and haunting us and haunting us. And I think as I say, we have walked a very thin line this evening, trying not to say too much.
Let's say you do manage to heal Chiral. What more is there to say about pride? Really?
The history books will have to be written. Lockhart will have to take.
Lockhart's going to have such a time of writing this book. All the things he can't say.
Can't say. Yeah.
I do love this aspect of it, though. The sort of, can we say that? Can we say this? Is the sort of stop and think about what we've actually done and what we've agreed to, and sort of figure out where we stand on everything. It's a good exercise for me, at least, to slow down and think.
Not good. Glad you're...
History is written by the victors, but we're not going to live long enough to outlive pride, so we're not writing any histories. That's what's gone through my head. And back to my backstory, the fact that we're getting to hunt now, rather than me always feeling that something's hunting me, kind of appeals now as well. I would rather have Sir Ethan at my side, but if that's not possible, I'll take Katie. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I love Alexander's reaction every time his name gets mentioned. It's just, but do we want a vampire with us? Yeah, it's good. I like it too. And I do love that you're we can, that guy's perfect with this job, but we'll do it instead, because we've sent him somewhere else. We can't talk about why, though. However, we'll bring his boss, who's a count, who you don't like, but we can't tell you why he's good for this, though, because you probably don't know he's a vampire.
Really good for it.
Yeah.
And the thing is, Katie's interest in this, something stabbing somebody through the heart, at back and front, it seems like something he'll not want to have in this world.
Yeah, right?
I mean, nobody wants stabbed through the heart. We get that, but...
Yeah, the stakes are high for KT, you could say.
Definitely. Oh, there's the new episode ending name.
Someone write that down for next week.
Yeah, next week.
Yeah. Remember every so often, like, I am writing this game, right? Like, I am trying. It hopefully should kind of make some kind of cohesive sense eventually. Once I get through all my quests I drop. Yeah. So, yeah. No, it's been great. It's been a great session. I'll be honest, I'm glad you didn't go hunt that bird, because this was way more interesting. Like, I thought this stuff just wouldn't have happened. You'd have went a trek through the mountains and just got into a fight. I think he's picked the right option, personally.
And then saved by Sarathen.
So yeah, I think it's very good. I don't think Sarathen was here to go traipsing along the mountaintops, quite frankly.
No, I don't think so either.
I think you should have been very much a case of being like, wait, he was so close and didn't help. Would have been the revelation you might have got had you got into trouble. You also might have smashed it, right? We don't know how the mountaintops would have went. Unless you go back. Get yourselves an Everaptor hunt again. Still happen. Yes, thank you all for playing. We're on time again, but just plot on various angles quite a bit, so I'm quite pleased that we got covered what we covered. Hopefully we can get this picked up this time, which won't be next week sadly, but the week after if things work out. But we'll deal with all. Say goodbye everybody.
Goodbye,
Good night,
everybody.
everyone.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.